All right. Today is a very important webinar. It's actually right now. I think it's one of the more important webinars you may ever watch in terms of your career, your immediate career over the next several months. A couple of things I just wanted to tell you before we get started. The first is that there is a state of the market report that recently went live on BCG. And if you're one of my candidates, I probably would have texted it to you yesterday or the day before and emailed it to you. But I would recommend reviewing that because it goes into a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today and can help you. The next thing is we are making a program live called Reverse Recruiting, which I'll talk about in a little bit at the end of the webinar, which you should be aware of. If you search BCG Reverse Recruiting, it will give you information about that. That's to help you apply to jobs on your own without a recruiter, because a lot of firms are not going to. There's a lot to tell you about that. The next thing is that when you get into a recession, and this is definitely a recession right now. This is, and I will just be completely honest with everyone. This is the worst market I think that I have ever seen. And I've been doing this for over 25 years, and I've seen a lot of markets. I was in law school during a recession. 2001, there was a recession. In 2000, well, late 2000, 2001, there was another one, 2007, 2008. And this is right now is very bad. There's lots of layoffs. There's lots of stealth layoffs. And we also have something called the BCG Attorney Search Layoff Tracker, which is on our website. And I will try to put the links to all these things I'm telling you about in the chat. So just understand that this is not good. And the problem is if you get laid off during a recession, it becomes very, very difficult to get another job. Or if you don't have a job during a recession, it becomes very difficult to get a job after. And the job you get often will not be as good if you're laid off. So everyone can get a job, and I'll tell you what to do. But you need to be very, very careful during recessions, because when you're laid off, what happens in law firms, and not all law firms, but most law firms do not lay off everyone. They only lay off the people that, for whatever reason, they believe are disposable and easily replaceable. And when I say disposable, that means is that either they believe that they can let you go and hire someone else better in the future, or but more likely than not, that they don't see you as having contributed enough. All the things that I talk about, which are, being in the office and working hard and working a lot of hours, and all the career advice that you are smart to listen to and show up to these webinars for, applies more than ever during a recession, because law firms typically they'll let go of the people with the lowest hours, without the most work, that have attitude problems, that aren't that don't fit in with the culture, all these things. So this is what is going on now. And I'm 100% positive that this is a very, very bad economy. And I say that in a lot of different ways. But let me just give you one reason, and I'm just going to be completely honest with you, why it's a bad economy. So typically, when we send out invoices to law firms, we get the law firms are very good about paying us. We typically have, one time, invoices that are 30 days past due, maybe 60,000 or 100 or something, not a lot. Right now, we're over 2 million. So what does that mean? That means that law firms don't have money, and they're not paying us, and they're willing to sacrifice their reputation because they don't have money. And so I just want you to understand, 100,000, 60 to 100,000 typically in past due invoices. Today, as I speak, 2 million. And that is never happened in this company's history. And I'm not trying to give away the kind of revenue we do, because obviously that's even slower than it normally is. But this is very, very serious, what's going on in the market. And It's never been this serious, and I do not understand it. I think that people are scared. I don't know, but this is what's going on, and this is, people. If you listen to politicians and this is all over the country. It's not isolated in one market. So this is happening all over the country. If you listen to politicians, they say, "Oh, the market's fine." It's not. If you read about Goldman Sachs having all these problems, all these companies laying people off, the economy is not fine. There are people whose best interest is to tell you it's fine, but it's definitely not fine. And let me be very, very clear. All is not fine in the law firm world. It is catastrophic, okay? Because law firms do not risk their reputation with Harrison Barnes and recruiters by not paying them when things get slow. So it's bad. It's really bad. So I want everyone to understand that. I'm going to give you advice about what to do. You're very, very smart being on webinars like this, but this is a catastrophic economy. And I'm scared. I'm scared for attorneys that are going to have problems, and that because they're going to have problems. And even if you don't see the problems in your law firm, especially if you're an associate or something, everything may look like it's okay. Law firms have lines of credit, but it's not. And this is the sort of thing where, it's like, it's the story of the frog in the boiling water. You can, if you drop the frog in hot water, they jump out right away. But if you put the frog and I don't know if this is true or not, it's just urban myth, but if you put the frog in water and you heat it up slowly, they sit there until they boil and die. And so, because they don't know why it's happening. And so this is, you can't protect yourself unless you take action and understand what's going on. So practice area tends to different practice areas. The work will dry up during recessions, and this often results in layoffs. And when those layoffs happen, it hurts people. So it's especially bad for young attorneys. So what happens to young attorneys? And I hate to say this, but you may join a law firm and right out of school, or and that you may join in the practice area because you were hired in a good economy when the practice area was good, and then instead of being able to get a job, what ends up happening, or instead of getting work, you get there and there's no work, and the little work you're given is reviewed very harshly because they want you to leave, but they don't have any money, and you're very confused because no one's training you, and then all of a sudden you lose your job, and it's devastating. And the problem is, because you're in a practice area, the little training you have where there's no work, you can't find a job, you have student loans, you have, there's nothing, you feel trapped, and you feel like you're in incredible, having incredible problems. And, I tell you all this because I work, and I have this is a serious recruiting company. This is not, I am not some, guy, sitting in his garage and, or in a rented office, making phone calls and sending people out to a few firms. We work with 25,000 law firms, and over half the attorneys in the United States have submitted their resumes to me. I only work with like 2% of them, but the point is that I know what's going on more than anyone. It's not, this is, we, in terms of law firm submissions, you're talking about, it's tens of thousands a week. So there's a lot going on that we're seeing. And I just want to make clear that if you're asking and questioning what I'm saying, you're kind of like the frog in boiling water, because I'm firsthand telling you that. Recruiters, by the way, because I know people on this call are probably working with other recruiters, and you're working with small people and people that may not have gone to law school and been attorneys or recruiters for a long time, or have big recruiting firms like I do. But what ends up, what a lot of recruiters will do is they'll tell you, "Oh, yeah, everything's fine. I know someone over at this firm. You're going to be," and they're saying that because they're also freaked out. Like, I can make placements. I mean, I may be upset that our collections are bad, but there's plenty of places to make placements. It's not something I'm concerned about because I know about the openings and everything going on at 25,000 law firms. We're a technology company. I have over 200 employees. So I understand what's going on, but uh, what you cannot listen. You have to be very, very careful about what you listen to, and you can't trust your career to someone that's sending you to a couple of law firms at this point and telling you and waiting for responses. This is insane. You have to get off your, you have to get out there and be as aggressive in your search as you possibly can. And again, I'm telling you this as someone that's seen it. And what have I seen? I've seen things like calling candidates on their cell phone and people picking up and saying, they're dead. Because I mean, in young attorneys during recessions, I mean, and again, I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I've seen people laid off from big Silicon Valley firms and going home and looking them up and finding out that they're truck drivers, or I mean, it's insane. Like, this is what happens. And so again, I have a lot of hope and I know what you need to do, but if you don't listen to what I'm saying, and I'm trying to give you the clearest wake up call, it doesn't matter how great your qualifications are. This is a very, very bad market. So law firms, by the way, when work does slow down, of course they don't close down. I mean, you're not, I mean, sometimes they do, but very rarely. They don't close down. What they do, as I told you earlier, and they'll often keep you idle. What they'll do for associates is they'll start giving you memos and things that aren't really billable to clients, or they may look like they are, but they really aren't. They will, they'll have you, I mean, just stupid stuff, and they'll act like they have the money and they're just everything, but you won't be doing a lot of real work. And if you do, they're not probably billing it all to clients. So that's what they do. They often keep people idle. And then if your practice area slows down, what they do with law students, and this will happen with lots and lots and lots and lots, I mean, tens of thousands of law students that have offers is, well, not tens of thousands because there's only like 26,000, but I mean, it'll happen with a lot. You may have your position withdrawn by the law firm and have no job when you graduate from law school. Or sometimes the law firms will do things like they will pay you to go away. So I've told the story before. I had when I was my first job, a law firm called Quinn Emanuel. The guy that was next to me was a graduate of a top law school and had great grades and had been a summer associate at I think Morrison and Forrester. And not only that, but his father owned a big law firm in California that had offices all over the state. But it was I think it was an IP firm. So he was not, a patent prosecution. He had no science background, so he never could work there. Anyway, so he got a letter one day when he was in the summer before he was supposed to start at this major international law firm in Los Angeles. I don't want to say their name because it's a great firm. And it basically said, and at the time, $30,000 was probably what $100,000 would be right now, or 75 or something. But it said, here's $30,000. You can either accept it and get another job, or you can come to work for us. But if you do, we're not going to have any work, and the odds are you're probably going to get laid off. And so he said, woohoo! I thought he was really smart and took $30,000. Well, to make a long story short, he started his first job at an insurance defense firm. And that was the only job he could get, maybe 25% of what he was going to get paid at this big firm. And for the next several years, he worked there, and that was the only job he could get. He eventually wound up at Quinn Emanuel because he was the kind of guy that taught me a lot of stuff about how to move up and everything, but not a lot, but I learned some. But he was in a big trial with them, and he was such a good attorney, beating down a very well-known litigator there from Cravath. They were like, wow, this guy's freaking incredible. We need to hire him. So that's how he moved up, which is kind of a beautiful story. And then I think he became of counsel there or something. He never became a partner because He was, I don't know, some personal issues, but he was an incredible attorney. And so the point is that this is what happens, and it can be very bad. And it's important to understand that, that as I said earlier, like that example I just told you, law firms and other employers do not like to hire unemployed attorneys. They just don't. I mean, the idea is that the firm didn't lay everybody off. So because they didn't lay everybody off, this person there must be something wrong with them. There's no lawyer rating agency. It's just that's how it works. That's what they would think. Then the other thing the law firms say is there's no the person's likely to have kind of sour grapes. So attorneys that get laid off when they get their next job, they're kind of paranoid, and they tend to be the kind of people that document every insult and keep logs of that, and then are paranoid about losing their job. So they're often looking for a new job the second they get to their new job if things look a little weird, and they don't fit. I mean, there's just problems with them. And again, that's all normal. It's just these are human reactions. So I'm not saying, but that's what they do. And so that's why law firms are freaked out about hiring unemployed attorneys. I've told you stories before. This is kind of a funny story, but I used to, I have a big heart. Like I want to help people. I want to bring people from darkness into light and help them. And so I've had instances like a lot where I'm working with these candidates that are just like, they have great backgrounds, they good schools, they seem like nice people, they're good firms, and they're laid off. And I'm like, wow, you can't get a job. Why don't you come work and be a recruiter at BCG? Well, and so I hire these people, and always happens every time, within 1 to 2 years, or sometimes less time, they become they're extremely difficult to manage. They don't follow instructions. They start, downloading that. I mean, this is 99% of them. It's not, or 90%. It's not all of them. Downloading data from our database, and then they start, and sometimes they go and write bad things about me on the internet, like after they leave. But they start competing recruiting firms, and it's been like clockwork. And so there's a lot of firms out there that are people that have that I've helped and brought back from nothing. Like they were often living with their parents and stuff when I did this, and helped and empowered, and that's what happened. So, and again, there's nothing wrong with going somewhere and starting your own firm. I'm not mad about it, but it was the cheating and the lying, and then trying to rip me down that did it, because they're angry because they lost their last job, and then they didn't want to be managed. I mean, just a bunch of things. And in one case, I had one woman. This is not something I should tell you, but I spent a lot of time and money training her. And we were going to start doing in-house placements at one point. And so I sent her to all these general counsel events and spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I found out later that she was taking all these contacts and making placements while she was employed and billing them out through some other company to the tune of, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's just upsetting. This is someone that was laid off that we hired. So it's just, there's problems a lot of times with people. Now, I'm not saying that every person that's laid off is going to be a problem, because that's not true. But I'm telling you that the experience that I've had with people that have had these problems, and the experience that are mirror what a lot of times employers do. So if you are laid off, you have to not be mad at the employer. Just understand this is a business decision. Don't be mad at the next place, and just get your house in order. And that's what you need to do. And if you are laid off, my advice to you is to find a position as quickly as you possibly can. That means that you need to apply to not just 3 or 4 firms or 5 firms with openings and sit there like a lemming, and put your ego and think that, I need to work at this type of firm, this prestige level and stuff. No, you need a job, because if you don't get a job, it's all over, man. Like at least for it could be 5 years, 2 years, 5, 7. You need to get a job. And again, I will send you this information about this reverse recruiting, but it's this thing I'm going to do to help people that I can't work with because they're laid off or having other problems apply to jobs on their own because you just need to get out there and the longer you're unemployed, it's going to be much harder for you to get a position. And a lot of people, meaning a lot, stop practicing law altogether. And when I say a lot, I mean, wow. Like, if you submit your resume to BCG, like I will follow your LinkedIn profile. I'll follow everything you're doing. I'll send you emails to update your resume. And when the people that get laid off, a lot of them recover. I mean, again, most of them to some extent will recover, but a lot of them don't. And when they don't, it's astonishing what happens. I mean, it's just, wow. They become just things that have nothing to do with practicing law or positions that you would never imagine, like working in a hardware store. Like, really? Like, you went to, just Ohio State law. I mean, not Ohio State, but you went to a decent law school. That's what you're doing. You're working in a hardware store. Like this is how crushing it is to people's ego, and they just don't know. And these are good people, and I don't want that to happen to you. And I don't want you to get anything below your level. You need to go, and it's very difficult for people, and it's sad. And again, I see this all the time. And I'm probably the only one that sees, and I'm the only one that cares because I'm not the only one that cares. I mean, your family cares, and I'm sure other recruiters care, but I'm deeply invested in this profession, and the people that trust their careers to me, I do anything I possibly can to get you a job. It's my life. I don't care about anything. I mean, I care about my family, but I mean, this is all I do, and I want you to succeed. And the thing is you went to law school for a reason, and you should do your best to continue practicing law. I had I'll just tell you my experience of and why I look at practicing law and being an attorney is such a privilege. During my, and I probably shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to say it. During my third year of law school, I decided, my third year or fourth year of college, my fourth year of college, I wanted to study for the LSATs over the summer. And so I studied for the LSATs over the summer, and then I went to, and then my girlfriend got very bad mono, and I don't know, if you know what mono is, but it affects people in different ways, and so I got it too, and so during my fourth year of college, instead of taking 4 classes, I was going to graduate in 3.5 years or something. I could only take 1, and I took the biggest blow off class I possibly could. It was called like health law or something. I mean, not health law, health. I mean, it was just some stupid class. I mean, and it was University of Chicago. It was literally the dumbest class they had there. And so that was the only class I could take because I was sleeping all the time, and I couldn't concentrate, but I needed to take the LSAT. So I went in to take them, I think in December or something. And I was so tired that I canceled my score. And then I took it again, I think in February, February, whatever, late February, something like that. I don't know what the time it was. This is, you're talking about the 1990s. And by the time my results came out, a lot of the admissions things had closed in the law schools, and I wanted to go to a top 10 law school. I had great grades. I was a Rhodes Scholar finalist, which means I was one of 3 people in my school nominated for it. I had great grades. I mean, and I was that primarily because, and back then it was about helping people, and I was running an asphalt business in Detroit where I was hiring people out of drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers because At the time, my mother was getting sober and knew all these people, and I was like, what better way to kind of bring positive energy into the world than to help people that are down? It's one reason I'm so into this profession. And so these people, they were from Detroit. A lot of times they'd never had any jobs, and this was the first job that they'd had. And I was trying to give them self confidence and help them and use my resources. So that's why I was nominated, and that you know helping, and I'm interested in diversity and all this stuff. This is not about money to me. This is about bringing God's energy into the world. I mean, what I'm doing right now is, but the point is that I was trying to help all these people get jobs, and I was getting jobs, and saying I was nominated for the scholarship. Well, anyway, so I didn't get my results from the LSAT until March or something, or late March, and by that time, all the law schools were filled. And so I applied to as many as I could, and luckily, what was my first choice school, which is a great school, was University of Virginia, and they basically said, "Hey, our class is already full, but we're going to put you at the very top, and let you know, if anything opens up." And because we really like you and all this stuff, and that was the only school I think that. There was a couple other schools that accepted my application, but it was like so late with the scores and everything. So the point is that I decided to become. I was like, screw it, I'll just be an asphalt contractor. And I was like, this isn't. These are signs that things aren't working out for me, and I'm just going to take these signs for what they are. Getting sick is a sign. Not being able to take the test on time is a sign. And even when I did take it, I was still completely out of it, but I did well enough to get into law school. The point is that I just became a contractor. So I was a contractor in the summer, and I was like, this is great. I'll just be a contractor, and that means basically not using any of my education and what everything I'd done. And I was like, I'll just throw myself into this. This is the path that has been chosen for me. And so I was doing that, and then. One night I got home and I got a call. I had messages on my answer machine, and one of the messages, it was very funny. It was a local contractor, but a representative of them calling and basically extorting money out of me for doing business in a certain city in Detroit. So it was like kind of like a mafia type call. It was very funny. I mean, this is kind of how things work there. I have a lot of stories about that, but I'm not going to tell them. But anyway, so I had this message, and it wasn't funny, and I wasn't scared of it. I mean, they would, and these aren't people that will kill you or anything. They're people that will trash your equipment or mess up your jobs. I mean, I wasn't at that point. But this is the world I was living in, but the next message was from the law school, and they didn't say what it was about, but I figured I knew what it was about. It was from like University of Virginia Law School, and I was so excited. I got in my car and drove around all night, and just at one point I actually threw up because I was so excited and happy. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me because it was what I wanted, and it had changed the direction of my life. And in the morning, I talked to them and went to work there. And ever since then, I've been a huge supporter of the school because of what happened. And it made a huge difference for me. So I care very deeply about the fact that I was provided that opportunity to be a lawyer. And I care very deeply about your opportunity to be a lawyer. I mean, it changed my life, and I'm very happy about it. And all these bad things that happened to me, I overcame, and so I feel that you should be in that position too with your life, and you should overcome obstacles. And it only comes. And I did all sorts of things. I wrote letters to them telling them how much I wanted to go there. I went and visited the school. I did all sorts of things to try to move myself forward. But I just, and I hate being so vulnerable. I'd like to tell you I'm the most powerful person ever, but this is what I did because I knew I had to give it my all. And I want you to give it your all. I want you to do everything you can to be on top of this and to get ahead and to not to lose, because I certainly didn't want to lose. And this is one reason that I'm doing this. I want you to win. And you went to law school for a reason, and you're a lawyer for a reason. And you need to take action. You can't take this sitting down. You can't become like an asphalt contractor or something like I did. And I literally was operating in the inner city of Detroit, which it's better now, but I mean, it was bombed out, horrible place. I mean, but I liked it. I mean, this is where I belong, and because I was helping the people, and I felt like I could make a difference, and I think I can make a difference with you, and that's why I'm telling you all this today. This is not like Harrison's trying to make money or whatever. No, this is like about bringing the energy of God into the world. And I don't say that in a religious standpoint. I just mean there's a positive, there's darkness and there's light, and I want you to be in the light. And so there's a lot of things you can do. And if your practice area is slowing down, there's things that you need to do. And again, not every practice area slows down. So that's one thing I'm going to talk to you about today. Some practice areas stay busy, and that's good. Others get even more busier, and that's good. But some of them don't. And so this is kind of a little bit about what you need to do. So the first thing is you need to determine if the slowdown in your practice area is isolated to your firm or occurring on a broader scale. So sometimes your law firm just may be having problems, and that's all you need to understand. Your law firm there may be the slowdown, or maybe all over. Your law firm may have done something wrong. The billing rates may be too high. I was at a firm after Quinn Emanuel. It was hilarious. It was called it was Dewey Ballantyne. It was a New York firm, and this firm's billing rates were they paid, by the way, which is why I went to work there. That firm and maybe Skadden were the only ones. And I think, just Skadden at the time, the Dewey Ballantyne Skadden in Los Angeles paid double like the market rate of all the other firms in LA. And they were paying this ridiculous New York scale. But the only problem is their billing rates were also double of what all the other firms were in LA, or something close to it. So they didn't have it. The only work they were getting was from overseas. And I mean, it's just, didn't have a lot of work. So, and they were out of business. I mean, that's obviously bad business. But the point is that sometimes firms are just isolated. And it's funny, like I told you about earlier, about the how it kind of was working with invoices. And again, just if you join this webinar late, I'll just tell you our invoices now. This is just how the market's working. Our invoices now, past due, are $2 million. After today, it'll probably be 2.3 million. Firms are not paying us. So obviously there's something going on that's very bad in the economy, because normally there's 60 to 100,000 30 days past due, and no one's paying. So you figure it out. This has never happened. And it's happening now. This is real. So something's going on, and it's not just isolated in, one market. It's all over. It's certainly not, your big name firms and stuff. It's mid-sized and smaller firms, but it's going on. So here we used to keep, this isn't a long time ago, we were in an office, in a small office in downtown Los Angeles. We used to keep a giant calendar on the wall. It was kind of this big blow-up thing. And the calendar would show all the interviews taking place each week and each month of the year. And throughout the year 2000, it showed lots of interviews most days. We're still in the same thing. And the majority of the attorneys that were getting interviews at that time, it was a very active, or corporate, patent, trademark, different types of transactional attorneys. And then all of a sudden, in the third week of October in 2000, all the interviews stopped. It just was like, you have, this would be like, Monday, you'd have boom, 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 like all these interviews. And then Tuesday would be boom, 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 boom. And then all of a sudden it was like Wednesday was like 1, 2, and then Thursday 1, 1, 1, and then Friday, and then just silence, nothing. And the interviews all stopped. And we're like, did we upset somebody? Is there something going on? I mean, what's going on? And it was months before there was any significant activity again. It was like, you get 1 or 2 interviews a day and so forth. And we're seeing that same slowdown now. Now, our firm deals with lots of interviews a day, and I don't want to tell you how many, but we're still getting a lot, but it's not anywhere near what it was 3 months ago. And in the 2000s, it was months before things were happening again. The few interviews that were scheduled were suddenly getting canceled, and clearly something was going on in the economy. Now, at this particular point in time, meaning 2023, we're not seeing a lot of interview cancellations, but also a lot of these interviews are on Zoom, so there's really no reason for the law firms to cancel them, and because they don't have to pay money to bring people out and stuff. But back then, it was obviously something was going on in the economy. Offers now are slower to come, and it turned out to be the dot-com bust, which was happening. We didn't know, but what was happening, and the reason I'm telling you this is because in November, or October, or whatever, it's November 2000, the dot-com bust yet wasn't official. It wasn't like people knew that there'd been this huge dot-com bust. This was in 2000, like October, November. It wasn't 2001 where it suddenly became, in 2000, you still had all these, expensive ads in the Super Bowl and all that. I mean, but this was happening before. And what was happening is that behind the scenes is the funding for all these companies was drying up and the legal work was stopping, but no one knew it. It wasn't reported in the Wall Street Journal and stuff that there were all these problems. Or maybe it was to some extent. Someone could put something, in the chat about it, but I wasn't aware of it, and I wasn't seeing a lot of stories about it. It was just that this was an indication that something was going on, and I'm telling you that something is really badly going on right now. I don't know what it is, but back then I realized there's some sort of sign of something's going wrong in the economy, and I thought everything was great. I thought that the economy was jamming, it was doing great. I thought everybody was having a good time, and it seemed like the economy was going well. But suddenly, the legal work stopped, and everyone else seemed to think the economy was going well too. So certain practice areas are dependent on the economy doing well. I want to tell you about those practice areas right now, and I want to tell you what's going on, and then we'll talk about what to do. So the first practice area that slows down, always does, is corporate. When the economy is strong, corporate attorneys are on top of the world, and everybody wants corporate attorneys. It's crazy. It's so funny. I've seen instances where corporate has gone from where attorneys that are like a third or fourth year are practicing in this is in the 2000s, but might be practicing in like a 3 or 4 person law firm in a fourth year and doing like minimum, just general corporate work for small companies. And all of a sudden they're like, wow, this major law firm in San Francisco just flew me out and put me up in a suite with this huge porch, and 6 attorneys took me out to dinner, and wow, I went to Hofstra, and all of a sudden I am having dinner with all these people that went to these top. I mean, it's funny. I mean, that's how good it is. When the economy is strong, law firms are doing well, and they have a lot of money coming in. They make a lot of money from these deals, and attorneys in capital markets and mergers and acquisitions and finance are very busy. They're hired. They're very confident. The attorneys and workers are in power. But when it slows down, things get bad. And what happens is capital markets work may come to a complete stop, and other branches of corporate law will also slow down. And it typically affects the youngest attorneys the hardest. Law firms will let go more senior people, but really what they do is they try to keep their more senior people because it's a lot of training and work and they know what they're doing, and they can always have them do simple tasks, and the law firms know that things will pick up. But with the senior people or with the junior people, they're definitely very much against them. And when the economy is active, law firms in New York and other major cities will always aggressively hire people to staff their matters. Corporate attorneys are rock stars. Everybody wants them. They can do no wrong. You rarely see corporate attorneys losing their jobs, even when they make bad errors. because law firms bring in, especially the big city law firms, huge summer and Silicon Valley, huge summer classes. Law firm people get multiple interviews at it's just great. So and attorneys, and they hire laterally like crazy. And this hiring spree results in huge corporate apartments and lots of new attorneys coming out of law school and lots of junior attorneys. And what happens is there's far more work than with so many people, and there's often just a lot of stuff. Let me just see here going on, and but eventually there's more. When the work slows down, there's a lot of people sitting around that don't have work. So what do the law firms do? It's very funny too. Sometimes they'll move because they know everything's so bad and in that practice area. Sometimes they'll move you to other floors or areas where they'll be like, oh, we're moving our corporate people to this area, this other part of the firm. Like they'll just move them all kind of there because they know that they're going to be negative and they want to stop the chatter. It's very funny. And eventually, if things just get back worse and worse, they'll start layoffs, and they'll do them stealth. Sometimes they'll say, you're not doing a good job, or we didn't like that comment you made, or that was really inappropriate. I mean, those do stupid things to let you go. They're just protecting themselves, and many times the new associate classes that were hired during a better economy have their offers put on hold. They're told to take a year off or something, and these corporate slowdowns are never good. And again, I could be talking about any practice area that's slow, but I'm just kind of giving you an understanding of that. And the very best, most qualified attorneys from the best law firms often lose their job, and it's often the biggest career disappointment they've ever had. Now, does this happen to every attorney? No. So if you went to Harvard, they may not do this to you. If you went to Yale, they may not do this to you. Or Stanford, I'm sorry, but there's a little bit. Chicago sometimes. No, there's a little bit of there is a little bit of favoritism, and it's often the very best people with the very best backgrounds and markets. But that's just kind of how it works. And so, but not always. I mean, sometimes they'll just let everyone go. They don't care. Or they'll say your grades aren't good, or we're not, we didn't like your grades, or sometimes they'll find errors on your resume, and I mean, there's all sorts of games they'll play. But the very best law firm attorneys often lose their jobs, and it's often the biggest career disappointment they've ever had. Partners will be let go. So if you're a partner, again, I run a lot of webinars telling you need to get business and how to get business. Partners are let go. The people that are dead weight are immediately let go, or they find reasons it's time for them to go, even if there was work for them to do. Not all practice areas, but all sorts of people will be hit by cost-cutting measures. If you do not have work and you are not profitable for the firm, billing a lot of hours, or have business, you will be let go. I just want everyone to understand this. This is what happens. It's a cleaning out process that happens consistently over and over and over again, and it's happening now. If you're a partner without work, you're in trouble right now. If you're an associate without work, you're in trouble right now. If you don't get business as a partner, you're in trouble. So if you're an associate, you need to figure out how to get work or get another job, because they will let you go. And this is what's going on right now. I don't want to harp on this and tell you that I see the signs. They are here. They're as clear as day. And again, if this happens to you, you could spend months or years trying to find new employment again. This is bad. It's just, I see this happen to people I know, or people, and I was in a restaurant not too long. I was having sushi, and this guy walks in, and he was let go during one of these recessions, and it's like 2008 or something. Never got another job, and he walks in, and he was a partner at a big firm. I think it was White & Case. I don't remember, but and didn't have any business. Let go. And the guy's got a beard, and again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the beard, but he was scruffy and looked bad, and just I didn't even recognize him. And and after the layoff and everything, he got divorced. His wife had divorced him, and because I don't know if he was why. I think because he was just miserable and couldn't. I mean, I don't know, and couldn't pay for things, and so he walked in and he was, with some. I don't know. It was very sad, and he had a name tag on, and it was showing that he was working in some kind of department at a firm. But it was not a law firm's company. But he wasn't practicing law. It was sad, and this happens. I mean, this is bad. I mean, so you got to protect yourself. You got to listen to the stuff I write. You got to say. You have to protect yourself, and this happens. And I'm not trying to be over dramatic here, but I see it. So I see it daily. I see it with people I know. I see. Okay, so litigation. So litigation tends to slow down when the economy is doing well and be active when it's not, which is a good thing. So in the recession but it's not always that way, and I'll tell you what kind of happened. So in the recession of 2008, 2009, same thing with it's kind of like you had a huge burst in IP litigation that started with the late 2000, 2001 recession and other types of litigation. Litigation was doing great, and it took off, and lots of people got very rich. Plaintiffs' lawyers, defense lawyers, especially with IP litigation. I mean, it made some firms. It took firms like Quinn Emanuel to the moon, and I mean, it was a great thing for a lot of firms, but for others, not as much. But the point is, litigation tends to slow down when the economy is doing well and be active when it's not. Same thing happened in 2008. What happened in 2008 is there was so much money lost and everything, and you had Madoff and all, later, but all this other stuff, and you had all these big lawsuits and things that happened with that, and all just a lot of suing, and you still had IP litigation somewhat active, and so there was a lot of activity. But what happened to a lot of companies is there was so much activity, and the lawyers, to make up for the lack of corporate work, figured out that they could bill so much that within the next several years, a lot of the clients got very gun shy, and litigation kind of slowed down. I think because lawyers were just billing too much to litigation. That's what a lot of lawyers, not a lot, I mean like 20, told me that that's what happened. So, but when the economy is doing well, I think there's less litigation. I think that when the economy slows down, again, these are my opinions, but I think I'm right. I'm not an expert on this. I don't practice law. I just watch and talk to people. But I believe when the economy slows down, companies start looking around for more money and finding people who made them owe them money. They're upset. They've lost money in different deals and things, and so they start going after them, as they should. But that's why the litigation starts up. And when the economy is doing poorly, the new summer classes and other lateral hiring is almost always done on litigation and not corporate, where there's not a lot of work. So what happens is people that are probably would be good corporate attorneys, and again, I talk about this all the time, but if you're hired to be a corporate attorney, and if you are a corporate attorney, people that are corporate attorneys tend to be people that like math and science and those types of disciplines. People that are litigation attorneys tend to like history and reading and writing, and most people gravitate towards one or the other. I mean, it's pretty much written in stone by the time you're very young which one you like the best, because they can. But going to the wrong practice area is sad too. So, but there's overcapacity of litigation when the economy improves, and so that's just something to understand. And then, so if you were hired and you do litigation during a bad economy, then there's going to be an overcapacity when the things improve, and so that. That's something to think about too, because then you have problems, but it's not that much of a red flag at the moment to talk about. But what happens though is when it improves, the clients become kind of exhausted about these major expenses and become litigation shy in the future. What I will tell you that I would watch if you're a litigator, it's kind of funny if you're a defense litigator, but you will start seeing a lot of, and if you're a partner, this is just business. You will find extra work to be done and extra problems, and try to get associates and your clients to spend more money. Associates will be pressured to do the same. There's nothing wrong with this. You're just providing a better legal service, but your job in a recession is to protect your tribe, which is your firm, and that's the job of the partners. And to protect your tribe, you find a lot more work with the litigation to be done. You have more disputes. You're less likely to settle. You push things further than you might normally. Just what happens, and I watch it all the time. It's very funny. Again, I'm in this business, and I watch what attorneys do, and it's just what they do. So they find work to be done. They prevent disputes from being settled. And I had a funny experience once. I was in a case, and it was a litigation case, and I'm not going to say what firm it was at, but I was in a litigation case, and I'd just written a motion for a case to be dismissed against my client because there was no legal basis for it. It's like, suing somebody for something where there's, and so I'd written it was a demur or something along those lines. And I think it was the form was wrong. It was I don't know. There was a bunch of things that the case should have been dismissed. And so I looked at the pleadings that were filed after I'd written them. And the partner was a young partner that needed work, had taken out, and it was his client, had taken out all the good arguments. And he didn't know that I had saw it and signed it and made it basically a very weak paper, a very weak motion. And the client had already signed off on the good motion, but it turned in a weak motion. And very funny. I mean, and again, this was not the right thing to do. And this is not how partners in big firms normally behave. And I'm sure this person got in a lot of trouble later on in their career for doing. Anyway, this is what they did. So little did they know, but I went to the hearing the next day because I wanted to watch it, and I saw the final motion on his desk, and I couldn't believe they'd taken out all the arguments, and he lost, and I proceeded to litigate this case for the next year or more. I mean, I don't remember, but the point is that people try, and there may have been reasons that I'm not aware of, but for me, it looked very bad. And again, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus because I'm not even telling you what firm it was or the person. And I certainly respect everyone I've ever worked for. I would never say anything bad about them. But the point is that that happened. And so people will do things to keep litigation going. They may not settle cases when they're settleable. They may not. They may ask for extra discovery that's maybe not necessary to prove a point. All these sorts of things happen because firms need money. So. And that's your side. I'm sorry, but I'm not telling you to be unethical. I'm telling you, and I didn't like what that partner did, but this is what happens. I had another candidate. It was very sad. University of Chicago graduate law school, top of his class, like one of the top 3 or 4 students. Just amazing freaking background. He was at a firm, and this is not too long ago. He was a litigator, and again, he found some reason that the case should be dismissed, that he was given all this research or something, and came back and was like, this is not necessary. There's this loophole. You can get out of the case right away. And he was at a big firm, like a big brand. And the firm was like, you're fired. I mean, they fired him because he went around a partner's back and was like, I can't believe we're doing this to the client. And they fired him. And it was very sad. And he was so depressed. I worked with him, and he was only like 4 months out of law school, and I worked with him and got him a job at I think Quinn Emanuel. I got him an offer from Boyce Schiller, I think, but then for whatever reason he was conflicted out, and then the firm he was at blackballed him, and I think prevented him. And when I got him these offers, he was working with like 20 other recruiters because he was doing everything he could. And each of those recruiters was just like, I'm only going to send you to jobs. I'm only going to send you to a couple firms. I'm going to do this. And I sent him everywhere I possibly could, to every big firm. He didn't want to go to a smaller one. And, and, and he was like, no other recruiter would do that for me. Thank you. And he couldn't believe, every recruiter in Washington, D.C. was like sitting on their high horse, like, oh, I would only submit you to openings. And these are, so he couldn't get anybody to send them anywhere, because these recruiters were more concerned about their reputation than doing the work, which was a lot of work to send them to 100 firms and get behind or write a custom cover letter for each of them and put my, do everything I could. And, but this is what I do for my candidates. But the point is that got him these jobs, and then he was blackballed. Then when he didn't get him, he's like, I'm giving up. I was like, you got to apply to more cities. You got to do this. And he's like, I'm going to give up. And then he said something really sad. He said, my father committed suicide, and I'm afraid I'm going to end up like him. And he quit his, this again, guy graduated like top 5 students in this class at University of Chicago Law School. And he said, so I'm done with this. I'm practicing law, and thank you. And he like hung up. And so for months, I texted him and I emailed him. His LinkedIn profile, by the way, still hasn't changed. I don't know where he is. Wow. So again, it's wouldn't answer his phone. I mean, no email responses, all this kind of stuff. So this is a big deal, guys and girls. This is a big deal, and you need to not give up, and you need to, if you're at a firm and you don't have work, you need to create work. You need to stay busy, and you need to not question your supervisors. And you're not smarter than them. You need to protect your firm and your tribe by getting work. This is your job. Again, IP litigation got very, very busy after the 2008 through 2011 recession. A lot of people, it wasn't that very good, so a lot of litigation work. But then there was a Supreme Court decision, Alice Corp versus CLS Bank, and it made it more difficult for patent trolls and stuff to survive. And so it shut down a lot of work. At that point, tons of IP litigators lost their jobs as well as partners. Very sad there too as well. I saw I was talking to one woman, and she was, I hate telling all these stories, and I hope I'm not boring people, but these are important for you to hear. I talked to one woman that had been at Jones Day, and she went over to a big, very prestigious New York law firm with 7 or 8 other associates from Jones Day that she'd worked with doing IP litigation, and they were like very enthusiastic. They hired, like, this firm hired all these people from Jones Day, and then all these other associates from other firms, and she was like, this was the greatest experience we ever had. There was so much work. I was billing like 2,800 hours a year for 3 years, and getting all this exposure and depositions and all this type of work that I wouldn't have gotten. Again, Jones Day is an awesome firm, but I wouldn't have gotten at Jones Day's New York office, and we loved it. And then all of a sudden this case came out, and within a year, they all lost their jobs. There was no more IP litigation. And it's another story of someone just being completely devastated, along with all these other great attorneys that lost their jobs because they were IP litigators and there was not a lot of work. Since 2015, a lot of that work has slowed down. I mean, we certainly place IP litigators still, but a lot of it has slowed down. And as cases are settled, many law firms aren't able to bring in new work and replace the work that was lost. And so a lot of attorneys didn't have jobs after that. And again, Goodwin Proctor is another great firm. Love the firm. I think it's a very good firm. There's nothing negative to say about it. but they've suffered a lot of layoffs. They had a lot of layoffs of patent attorneys after patent litigation attorneys after 2015. They're also having a lot of layoffs now. Good firm, but same kind of thing. I couldn't believe it. They laid off so many people in 2015 that, same thing going on now, that I had all these candidates that had applied to work with us from Goodwin Procter. And we're talking about, I'm not trying to brag, but probably half the attorneys at that firm that are associates, or maybe more, have applied to work with us at some point. And that's like that for every big firm, which is one reason it's good for law firms to be my friend. But and I hadn't worked with them because they were my client. I don't know what was going on, but I certainly hadn't worked with them. But we track what's going on with them. And so I was just kind of curious. I was like, where are all these attorneys, or where are they going? And it was sort of the same thing. Years later, solo practitioners doing different jobs, nothing comparable. And it was sad. A lot of them, I couldn't believe it. They were from Harvard and all these things. And this is just what happened. Now, this is patent litigation, IP litigation specific. But again, when people lose their jobs in layoffs, it's freaking nasty, man. And if you're in a practice area that's slowing down, you need to really retool. And this is what happened to these people at Goodwin Procter. I love Goodwin Procter. I think there's so many good things about the firm. I think politically, there's just a lot of good things about the firm. But this is what happened. And it's not Goodwin Procter's fault. It's the market, and it's what happens. And so litigation can be hit hard. And over the past several years, litigation is not done as well as it normally did. And then, again, IP litigation, there was a huge slowdown in IP litigation. So that also is something. And so a lot of these IP litigators, if they were smart, went into general commercial litigation. And so a lot of people I know have also lost their jobs when companies get sick of paying the money to fight cases, and they settle them. So lots of cases. There was a great firm, one of the top oldest firms in Los Angeles and San Francisco, and they had offices all around the country, Heller Ehrman. They had 3 cases settle all of a sudden, and their entire firm collapsed. They've been around since the 1800s. And this is a major firm with these top, Order of the Coif, Stanford, and all this kind of stuff. So this is what happens. And lots of firms collapse when litigation settles. And this is what's going to happen now. I think that lots of these cases will settle. And again, this is, if you're not a litigator and you're in corporate, I've warned you about corporate, but litigation is in danger. I've seen law firms overly dependent on one client. That client goes out of business. And or one industry. It can be bad. So that's just something I just want everyone to understand that litigation, even though it tends to do better, I do think that there's a lot of risk right now. Patent prosecution, and I think that's definitely slowed down in large firms due to economic forces. If you're a patent prosecutor, I know almost everyone on this call is probably not a patent prosecutor, but I'm going to talk about it. If you are, it was busy for a long period of time, but it slowed down at a lot of large law firms, definitely. Again, it was very funny. My first placement was at a firm called Baker & McKenzie, and in their San Francisco office, when I was moving some guy from, he had a small practice of, I think it was just him in Portland or something. And he got hired by the San Francisco office, and he was making maybe at the time $60,000 a year with his own practice. And he got hired by Baker & McKenzie as a 3rd or 4th year attorney. This is when there were hardly any patent prosecutors in the market. As a 3rd or 4th year attorney at over $200,000 in the Bay Area, which is just at the time was unheard of. I mean, it was much more than anyone was paying. And he's like, nah, I don't think I'm interested. And they said, well, what about a $50,000 starting bonus or something? And I was like, at the time, this is not what was happening anywhere. I mean, maybe 10,000 for a clerkship or something, and he still turned it down. So I'm just telling you, and again, I should say my first offer, not placement, but that's what was going on. But now it's nowhere near like that. Those people are not as marketable. There's a lot of prosecutors. If you're thinking about doing this as a profession, people are entering the market, and there's a situation where there's a lot more candidates than there are jobs. The slowdown has occurred not just because of an oversupply, but because clients aren't willing to pay large law firm rates for patent prosecution. So what's happening, again, I know this is probably very boring if you're not a patent prosecutor, but a lot of firms are doing that aren't big firms do flat fee work. Large law firms don't like to do flat fee work. They charge by the hour. That ends up costing the clients multiple times of what it should, or much more than the flat fee work. So a lot of this patent prosecution work is slowed down. If you look at firms in New York, there's hardly anybody doing it. Big firms, they just, and if they are, they're just kind of have one or two people that are supporting some clients. It's just not going on. So that's kind of what's going on with that. So a lot of smaller firms do it. And so that's making things, how that works. And a lot of times the work's even being done in India and other overseas locations that are getting the work done at a lower cost. And so this move to lower cost providers has created kind of an atmosphere for prosecutors. It's very difficult for most large law firms to do the work anymore. So if you're a patent prosecutor, you're definitely going to have some problems. I know that we always have a couple of trademark attorneys on this call, so that's why I'm going to talk about this for you. I know that some people think that the market's still active. Trademark is traditionally active when the market is good and people are starting new businesses and have a lot of enthusiasm. And then when it's not anymore, then it slows down. And to me, that's exactly what's going on right now. I don't think that there's any practice area that follows the rise and fall of the economy more than trademark law. When the economy is going well, there's always lots of trademark openings because there's so many people out there starting new companies, and there's a lot of business activity, and people are enthusiastic and quitting their jobs because they believe that they can have their own business or starting their own business and hiring attorneys. But when there's economic slowdown, there's a fraction of new business activity and hardly any trademark work. Not only with laid off, there's hardly any positions. So 1 year ago, I'd never seen so many trademark jobs on our sites. There were literally, hundreds on BCG. I was astonished. And why was I astonished? Because in 2014, 15, you were talking about, or 13, maybe 2 or 3 around the country. And again, we monitor every law firm. I'm talking about, good sized law firms, decent, but we monitor most law firms for trademark jobs. There might have been a lot more in law crossing because that monitors every firm. BCG monitors our clients. Law crossing monitors our clients, but every law firm. So there's obviously more jobs on law crossing, which is a great source of jobs. But every job on Indeed is on there. Every job on law firm web. And anyway, I'm not here to promote that site. I'm just telling you, there were a lot of no trademark jobs. All of a sudden, a lot when the economy got good, and now those numbers are decreasing as we find that they're closed. So trademark, if you're in trademark, you're probably you may have some ongoing work, but I think it's going to be in major trouble. Real estate law is one that I see and going to have a lot of problems. It already is. It's really bad right now. I'm talking about transactional, not foreclosure litigation, stuff like that, which is a good market, I'm sure. But real estate law tends to be very active during easy lending environments with low interest rates. So when I got started in legal recruiting, which was in the late 1990s, interest rates were high and there wasn't a lot of work for real estate attorneys. So I would get these calls from people that were upset and couldn't find jobs, and there was anything you could do. And I tried it with it, and they were a lot of times older attorneys, and I, again, I believe in people. I put everything I could into these real estate attorneys, and nothing would happen. But I mean, I would get some stuff. This is not a nice story, but I had one attorney that had been a partner at a big law firm and was out of work for a year and a half. And what do I do? So if you're one of my candidates, what do? I send you a lot of firms. I send you ones that are appropriate. I'm not, but I send you a lot of firms. So I sent this particular guy. He was out of work. It was one of these situations where very depressed and having all these issues. And, so I sent him a lot of firms. I finally got him an interview at a mid-sized firm in LA. And he went in there and they got an offer and they sent me the offer letter. And he'd been making, $300,000 as a service partner at a big firm before he lost his job. And at the time, the starting salaries in firms in Los Angeles were maybe for associates were maybe 120. And his offer, and again, I want to just make sure you understand like how this works. His offer was for $80,000 a year with a 1,800-hour minimum. Again, I want everyone to understand this. Starting salaries for attorneys, this guy at a big firm, were $300,000. His starting salary that they offered him, his salary was $80,000 a year. This is a mid-sized firm, but a well-respected $80,000. And I called him, and then they said something to me like, we're only willing to pay you a $5,000 fee. And I was like, that's fine. You pay me whatever you want. I'm just trying to help this guy. And the fee would have normally been a lot more than that. And I had a contract with them. And I was like, that's fine. I'm just trying to help them. But the point is, $80,000 salary for starting salaries for attorneys. Again, just starting for first-year associates, 120. So they offered a partner. They didn't offer to just hire him as a partner. They offered to hire him as counsel, I think. $80,000, an $1,800 minimum. Meaning they had, and I called them and I was like, wow, like this must be a mistake. And this partner was kind of, you could hear him in an office, like on a speakerphone, like kind of smiling, thinking it was funny. And he's like, oh no, it's not a mistake. We know what the market's like, and we know we're the only one with work, and we know he's going to accept it. And it's the only thing you can get. And so, I hope he appreciates our gesture and all this stuff, and we're going to give him the work. This is what was happening in 2000. And I was like, wow, this is pretty freaking amazing. He took the job, God, I don't know. I didn't follow up on that one, but that's what happens. This is for real. So the interest rates back then were very high. Interest rates are high now. And again, I can't believe that this stuff happens, but this is what happens. And no one's going to say anything that this firm's paying a counsel less than a first-year associate. Wow, because we know there's no work in the market. This happens. And anyway, so when I got started in recruiting, the interest rates were high. They're going high now, as everyone knows. Lending is getting difficult, and real estate law, when lending gets difficult, tends to do very poorly. And so in recent years, when interest rates were very low, I bought a pickup truck a year ago, and I couldn't believe it. And I got my pickup truck, and the interest rate was like 2.1%. Wow, that's great. From Ford, I financed it. Great, 2.1. Now, if I wanted to get a loan, it'd probably be like 9. This was just a year ago. So, but when interest rates are high, lending, but real estate law does poorly. And when they're low, it does very well. So obviously you are familiar with what's happened in Austin and all these markets where in Florida, where the interest rates are double, where the employment or the hiring, where the real estate market is doing so well, and everyone's property values are rising and doing well. Well, that's not going on anymore, and now everything's going down fast, and so in real estate, the interest rates are going up. So real estate work is slowing down. It's becoming very hard for people. And so when there's a lot of demand for real estate attorneys at all levels tend to be very marketable. But when it's not, they're not. And so that's just something for you to understand, is that real estate's in trouble. Transactional areas that are dependent on low interest rates are in trouble. Yes, figure it out. Technology transactions, same thing. So they do very well in good economies and poorly in bad economies. So let's just talk about what's going on right now. Apple's laying people off. Twitter's laying people off. Amazon's laying people off. And not just people, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands. These are just these companies. So you know what's going on. It's bad. They're freaked out, and everyone's laying people off. I did want to just offer you a little bit of advice too about if you're working remotely, and one of the reasons that these companies are laying people off. So I'm certainly not friends with Elon Musk or Tim Cook of Apple and people like that, but I do know some people that are fairly high up, and not in Apple, unfortunately, but in some of these other companies, and what's happening, and it's probably happening in your law firm, is people that are working remotely, they're aware of who's not working long hours. They know what you're doing. Especially a lot of them have monitoring software, but they're measuring your productivity, and this is how a lot of these layoffs are done. Or if they think that you're in a position that's not contributing, and you're doing more bureaucratic type stuff, boom, you're gone. So when Elon Musk said, only come to work, you're only going to work here if you do coding or something on Twitter, what he meant is, that's a big statement, and I don't know if anybody heard that, but what he meant before he did all those layoffs was that people that are contributing work and doing things are the ones that are going to survive, not people that are blowing things off and think that they're gaming the system. I have people in my company that I've let go recently that I know are gaming the system. We monitor their hours. We have screen monitoring software for all of our employees, and we know people what they're doing. And again, it's not like a big brother, but we don't want to pay people not to work. And that's what law firms are doing. They're measuring your productivity. And if you're not working really hard and productive and doing good work, they're going to let you go. So in technology transactions, they do well in good economies and poorly in bad economies. And technology transactions are obviously in trouble. This is a very bad economy. So you need to do everything you possibly can to stay busy if you're in technology transactions, or try to transfer to something else. As technology companies experience problems, and they will, all this work that's people are doing technology transactions will go away. When the economy is good, venture capital, private equity, all these people will put money into technology transactions, and things will do well. But when it's not, they'll be in trouble. And this is what you need to do. Bankruptcy is far more active in the bad economy, and typically never goes away. Now, is that always the case? Actually, no. But as a general rule, it's more active in bad economies than good ones. But even in good economies, there's bankruptcies occurring all the time, and they can also take a long time to work their way through the legal system. In the recession of 2000 and what was the last recession? I don't remember, 2011 or 2008 or 11. Again, I do remember. I'm just, we thought there were going to be just tons and tons of bankruptcies. So we worked very, very hard on recruiting bankruptcy attorneys. And it wasn't as bad as we thought it was. So, but a lot of times the bankruptcies will also take a long way to work their way through the legal system. There are more bankruptcies right now. Firms like Gotchel and others. I mean, obviously, there's take a bankruptcy firm, another great firm, Gotchel, are doing very well. And so you want to make sure that if you're a bankruptcy attorney, that you're in a place that's busy. Not all firms get the work, but as a general rule, bankruptcy does very well. And so the point is, though, is if there's a slowdown in work in your practice area, I've talked about a lot of practice areas today, and I'm almost done. You need to take action. So it may be part of a broader trend, and it often is, and you likely have a problem that needs to be solved, and you need to solve it immediately, and you need to take actions to solve these problems. Because again, I'm trying right now, if you're listening, and you may not be, people don't always listen to things, and that's okay. But you have a problem, and a lot of people have a problem, and it's nothing you caused. It's economic in nature. It's caused by all this money from PPP loans and everything coming to the economy and boosting things up and suddenly going away. And so you need to, and then all these other forces that were driving things, and low interest rates. And I mean, so but it's going away. So it's going away right now. High interest rates discourage economic activity. PPP loans and all this money, free money flowing to the economy, encourages lots of spending. I had a funny experience. I was in, when this PPP stuff, and again, COVID and everything started, and everyone started getting these PPP loans and these checks in the mail from the government and stuff. I was in Costco, not Costco, what's it called? Best Buy. And I was in Best Buy, and there was so many people in there buying TVs and electronics, and I couldn't believe it, and I couldn't get anyone to help me, and it was just completely nuts. I went in there this weekend. I think I was looking for one of those kind of keypad locks for my front door, because having all these keys on my keychains, all these things. And the one I bought was years ago, and the battery went out and locked me out of my house and climbed up on the, anyway. But the point is, I was in there this weekend, and there were like 5 people in this giant store. No one was shopping. Same thing a couple of weeks before. I used to go to restaurants and around, nice restaurants in LA, and you go in there and all these people like lined up trying to get in. And go in there now, it's like you just walk right in. So there's something going on in the economy. I mean, guys and gals, it's very bad. And I've never seen it like this. So you need to understand your stand in your own firm if you think you might get laid off. And if you have a good stand, you might be safe, even during very serious recessions, because law firms will protect their best people. And if you're not in good standing, you may lose your job. I just want you to be aware of it. It's very serious. There's always going to be certain people that law firms want to hold on to and keep, regardless of the economy. And you're likely to be safe in certain scenarios. As I told you earlier, if you went to Harvard, Yale, or Stanford, or Chicago, or one of maybe not even Columbia, or one of those schools, and you're hired by a big firm, they're probably not going to throw you away, because I don't want to get a bad reputation with those good firms, but with those good schools, but they may. And if you were kind of like someone that maybe got lucky to get in there, you may be in trouble. But you're lucky to be okay in certain scenarios. So if the economy slows down dramatically, but you're still busy, and your law firm is giving you work, you're probably okay. Not all law firms slow down. I'm not saying this is doom and gloom everywhere, but if the economy is slowing and your law firm has work, you might be in personal injury, you might be in insurance defense or something that's busy, which again, a lot of these practice areas, by the way, that people poo-poo, which could be family law or insurance defense or plaintiff's law, your guys are in great shape. You're in good shape. You're going to be fine, because those practice areas that, especially a lot of the consumer bankruptcy or auto accident law, like all this stuff that people think, it's not cool, like it's not prestigious. Well, those are the practice areas that do well, and you guys are in good shape. And these are kind of attorneys I place in these kind of economies. But if everyone around you is slow and you're still busy, you're in good shape. If you work closely with a powerful partner that has a lot of work, that partner will protect you if you're under their wing. And that's one reason I tell everyone, no one listens to me, or some people do, but I tell everyone, you need to find partners that have a lot of work and latch onto them. I don't care if you like some negative service partner that gives you the work that they have, and you sit around talking about their family and their personal life and go out drinking with them. I don't care. Like, you need to be, if you're an attorney, like, the dumbest thing you can do is latch on to people that don't have work. It's competitive in this world. I'm sorry, it's dog eat dog. It's, the big gorilla of the jungle is the one. You need to find the partners with work, and because they will protect you. They will protect you if their firm slows down and they have to move. They will protect you. I see people all the time that have worked for the same partner for 25 years. I see people making over, I see partners making millions of dollars a year, and big firms that have never had business that just do work for one partner. Great. This is what you need to do. Dumbest thing in the world. If you like working with someone, like I was in one firm, and there was this entertainment partner, still, and again, I'm going to tell you what firm it was, but actually, no, it wasn't Quinn Emanuel, it was Dewey Ballantyne. There was an entertainment partner. Everyone was like, oh, he's so cool. Like, he's awesome. Like, he goes out and meets with these celebrities and stuff. Everyone wanted to work for him. Well, he had no work. I mean, it was just smoke and mirrors. And so you work with people, and that guy lost his job, and it's like, but you work for people that have work. You have to I don't care if they're doing, tax law or whatever, and you think it's boring. You got to find people that have work. This is how you protect yourself. And go work for partners that have work. Don't work for people that are in trouble or have middling books or move around a lot, probably because they don't have a lot of business. You have to work for people with a lot of work. And if you have rare skills that make you extremely hard to replace, and which a law firm needs, that's good too. So you want to work, then you may be in good shape. So that's important. But again, these recessions can last a long time. And just because the law firm wants to keep you around doesn't mean they will. Law firms are businesses, and they have to think and act like businesses. Now, I want to just give you a couple of things here. There are some law firms in New York and other places that are awesome. Sullivan and Cromwell, Wachtell, Cravath, Simpson Thatcher. But some of these firms, Davis Polk, do not lay people off. These are major institutions with credibility and all sorts of things. But there are ones that aren't. Like Sherman and Sterling used to be like that. But then they started laying people off in other recessions, and they lost that. And it just knocked them down. When law firms do these layoffs, it affects their brands permanently. So if you're a law firm watching this, what kind of brand do you want to have? So, and now I think Sherman Sterling's talking about merging or something, and I don't know, but just because the law firm doesn't want to keep you around doesn't mean they will. And they're businesses, and most of them act like businesses, and they will factor in things like the cost of replacing you after a recession, the damage to the morale of others in the firm if they lay you off, their brands, and how much they like and do not like you. And again, law firms will tell you your job is safe, just like they say, you're on the right track. Like when you're a fourth or fifth year, a third to fifth year, maybe making partner, that's because you're making them a lot of money. That's where they make all their money, is third to sixth or seventh year. But then when you get into seventh or eighth year and your billing rate comes up, they start telling you, well, we'll see what happens. And then maybe next year it doesn't look good. We're only making people didn't like it that you turned down this assignment a year ago. I mean, this is how it works. There's businesses. It's nothing to take personally. But you have to remember that even if someone tells you your job is safe, even if someone tells you you're on the right track and looks like you're going to make partner, you can't believe everyone. Liars lie. So do you, probably, to your, or shade the truth. I don't know, but to your other side, I don't know. I'm not saying you lie, but you understand what I'm saying. And always, law firms don't remember their promises to you. Or they'll tell you, I'm sorry that you invested years of your life. We thought things were going well, but we're not interested in this practice here anymore. We don't have this is what they do. So I'm sorry, but this is how it works. So regardless of how safe you believe you are, you need to watch astutely for signals that you could lose your job. You need to watch this. And you should also make sure that you keep your ear to the ground and stay aware of all the opportunities out there. You always need a contingency plan. If I was you, and again, I'm not promoting my businesses here, but I'm telling you what I would do. I would set up an account on our company's website, BCG Search. I would definitely set up an account. I would sign up for job alerts. I would probably put my resume in there. It doesn't mean I'm going to send you anywhere. I would never send you anywhere unless I approved you and made you go out through questionnaires and sent you firms to approve on our web. That's not how it works. But I would try to find out what the hell's going on in the market in your practice area. I would also make sure I have an awesome resume. And I would watch, your resume needs to be focused on a practice area that's busy. That's another piece of advice. And I would also sign up for Law Crossing and just see all of the in-house and other jobs that I could find on there that I might not be seeing on other websites. This is what I would do. Again, I'm not trying to sell you a $5 a month service or whatever it is to start. I'm not trying to make money here. I'm trying to help you. And this is the only way I know how. These are my only resources that I know how to help you. I would also look at this reverse recruiting thing that I'm going to tell you about. If I don't represent you, which I only represent like 2% of the people that submit their resume. So generally, because your resumes and what you look like you do is going in 15 different directions, if your resume is focused, I probably will represent you. I don't care where you went to law school or anything, but I do need you to commit to a practice area in your resume and have some employment stability and some other things. But you need a contingency plan. You need to do whatever you can to have a contingency plan. And the people who make partner at firms, firms of all sizes, generally have survived at least one recession and work slowdown there. And so I would try to survive it. I would do my best. But if you, if you endure a recession at the firm and you're getting work and you have faith and you're close to a partner with business, again, you need these connections. If you're a junior associate or a mid-level associate and you think that your relationship with an employer is just about I'm an employee and this is my employer and we're adverse and I just, I'll do what they ask me to do, no more. Or, I need my weekends off. Who do they think they are calling me late at night? No, those are the people that go. Your relationship with your employer is you are part of a pack of people that are at war in the economy that are trying to survive. And your relationship is like, if they tell you to jump, you jump. If they tell you to run, you run. If you are conducting yourself and your attitude towards partners and other people in a way that that you're doing them a favor being there because you went to University of Michigan Law School or something, they're lucky to have you. You are out of your frickin' mind. And this is what a lot of people do. You're there because they need warriors and people to fight for them. And that's what you need to do. And these law firms that are hiring you need that. Anytime if you are not on the side of their friend and someone that's fighting for them and is loyal to them and has their back and is looking out for them and doing the work for them and billing the hours you can for them and finding work for them and getting extra, helping their clients, you're dead, man. This is how, it's not about no one cares that you can do the work. They care if you're on their side and you're a friend. I really want you to understand this. This is how people evaluate other people. When you get a bad review, it's not because you are doing bad work. It may be. It's because they don't like you. They don't like you because they don't think you like them and have their back. I just want you to make sure you understand this. or they think that you're looking out for yourself more than you're looking out for them. You're not billing the hours you say you do. You're not willing to come into the office. You're not sharing FaceTime, all these things. So this is why people die in this profession. It's not because I was working for a partner once. I couldn't believe it. It was a guy, Dewey Valentine. He had never lost a case. And he was incredible. Like and he was very kind of behind the scenes. He went to church every week. He didn't, he worked alone. He didn't, he was a good attorney. I think he went to Columbia or something, and never lost a case. And he had these huge clients like Sultan of Brunei and all these major, just people that you wouldn't even, the Catholic Church, like, and he was settling, and he never lost a case, and he could never get. He would always, like, people would work for him, and he would eat them alive. No one lasted more than a year, but he always would hire someone to work for him that he thought would just go all out for him, and the second he thought they wouldn't, he would let them go. So I worked for him. I was hired. I didn't know I was getting hired to work for him because obviously I'm passionate, and I worked for him, and I couldn't believe it when I learned he never lost a case, and it was true. And I kept hearing all these stories. But then, in the same firm, that firm at that time had not laid people off. There were people that had alienated him by not doing what he wanted, and they were sitting in offices in these isolated areas of the firm, not being given any work. It was very funny because you could look up people's hours back then. And these are people that had just pissed them off. And this firm wouldn't fire them because they wanted to sue, but people were just sitting there and they were good people. But I was working for this guy, and he's like, do this, do this, do this. And I was like, no problem. I would, and one day I questioned something, and he goes, you're a soldier, not a general. You just do what I tell you. And I was working on this huge case. It was a class action, and he was making me research all of this ridiculous stuff, like, getting these minutes from the legislature of when this law was passed and everything, and researching tax law. I'm like, why are we researching tax law? This is I think I was representing the Hotel Bel Air that was being sued for selling a cigar without a license by a class action plaintiff, saying that they should have displayed a warning that it could cause cancer. It was just kind of a joke, but they were doing this to CVS and all these places all over the country, and you had Latham and Skadden and all these big firms defending these huge clients. And so he kept making me research and stuff. And then one day, after months of being there till 10 o'clock at night, every night, writing memos and stuff, I found something that turned the case around for us and for every class action plaintiff. And I was in this huge case. I was in this huge hearing in the Department 54 of Los Angeles with like 30 or 40 law firms all over the country. And this woman from Latham was arguing, and she was kind of like the person that was representing everyone. She was very well known and environmental, and had this beautifully dressed with this wonderful, and these very polished women working with her associates, and she was arguing this thing, and I realized that she had no idea about all these other reasons, and I was like at that point like a third year associate, I don't know. And I was like, she was literally in the middle of the case, and all these big lawyers there from New York and all over the country representing every drugstore chain, it was a big case, and it was a class action, and I was like, you know what? So I walked up, I pushed my way through all these other attorneys, and I walked up to the table where she was arguing, and I showed her some of this memo stuff. And then she said, you should talk. And she was looking at it while she was talking. She said, you should talk. And so I talked to the court, and it ended up I don't know, put the case on hold and did all these other things. And because of this research this guy maybe done and never lost a case. Absolutely incredible what it means. So this is how good this guy was. But the point is that that this guy, would required that type of loyalty from the people that work for him, and everyone, no one would commit. And this is what good attorneys do. They go all out. And again, I left the firm after that, so I don't know. Not a short time later. And then that partner subsequently wrote me a recommendation and called Stanford Business School for me and got me in, which made no sense because I don't have a math background. And I didn't go because I doing this, but helped me. So if you show your loyalty to people and your commitment and you push hard and you push through and you do what you're supposed to and you follow the rules, you're going to have a lot of success. And people like people with passion. And why do you think I'm doing what I'm doing here? I mean, it's people like people with passion. And if you don't get on the side of good as opposed to bad, the law firm, you'll most likely lose your job during the first signs of trouble in the economy. It's just what happens. The law firm doesn't believe you're on your side. That partner, of course, believed I was on his side. I became a soldier, not a general. I put needs of my client above anybody else's. And I did my job, and look at what happens. I was a huge third-year associate in the middle of this famous attorneys and big-time attorneys walking into it's what happens. So you need to be good. And when the market slows down, the law firm is going to use you as a pretext to get rid of you. Poor working hours and a good economy will be used against you. Whatever is bad about you, whatever negativity is negative about you, they're going to come after you. If you're the sort of person seen as spreading negative gossip, undermining your peers, undermining the firm, not being supportive of others, or if you're not close or well liked by people with lots of decision-making power or business, you're going to let go. This is what happens. People do not keep people around that are not doing a good job and aren't supportive of them and on the side of the firm. And let me tell you something, what's going on in this country and in in most firms. Most people are not on the side of the firm. They're on the side of the gossip and the undermining and the not being supportive of others and all this stuff. They're on the dark side, not the light side. Now, again, I'm not going to get religious with you, but if you read the Bible, Matthew or Mark, I don't know. If you read any religious text, this is not the side. That side is bad. That side is why people are depressed. That side is why people have problems. That side is why people do a bad job. That side is why all this bad stuff happens to you in your career and why you're unhappy. And if you do that with people do that with their clients too. It's insane. I was working with one partner once that had a big client, and all he could say was, I just don't respect them. I think they're bad. Blah, blah, blah. And I couldn't believe it. And that was brilliant. But this is what he did. He just talked negatively about his clients to other attorneys in the firm. And so I followed his career because I was curious, like, why would someone be so negative? And sure enough, the guy lost his job at a big firm. Then he went to work at a smaller firm, and he lost his job there too. Firm went out of business, probably because of hiring people like him. Then he couldn't get a job, so he started his own practice as a solo practitioner, and then became a leader of solos or something. Doubt he had a lot of work. And then he decided to become a judge, and not a highly paid one. And again, I'm not saying, and that's probably a good job for him because he's probably very good at judging people. And so I think the right thing happened to him, and I'm not being critical of him. That's a good personality for that job. So it's the right place to put him. And it's the right thing happened to him. But I'm just telling you, and again, I'm not being critical of him. I'm just being critical of him in the standpoint of working in a law firm representing clients, because you don't talk negatively about people that are giving you money. You help them. You don't get on the side against people that are supporting you and your family. You help them. Please, because this is what it's about. So if you feel you're going to lose your job, and you should immediately look for a new one. and don't leave your options too narrow. A slowdown that is part of a broader trend means that you have good odds of losing your job, and you need to be prepared for what might happen next. And if you lose your job and don't already have a new one lined up, it's going to be much more difficult for you to find a new position when you're employed. I just want you to understand that you're gonna have a much harder time finding a new position if than when you're unemployed. Okay. As I told you earlier, other legal employers always look at being unemployed as a negative, regardless of the explanation, and are far less likely to hire you if you're unemployed than employed, because it looks like a black market. It makes it look like you're on the side of the gossip and the negativity and not connecting with the right people. That's what it does. I mean, that's why you get laid off, or you don't know how to. You're not the hardest worker. You're a troublemaker and not a soldier. You're not willing to learn, and you're not willing to follow instructions, and you're not willing to find extra work to do. This is what it means. Help your firm. If your job's in danger due to these trends in the economy, you need to start looking. Maybe the firm can't help you because they don't have enough work, but the layoffs are swift and they're ruthless. You never know when they're coming. And if you and others are sitting around without a lot of work, you need to realize that this is not going to last long. They're not going to spend money that they don't have to. Why would they? Law firms don't do that. Would you? Would you spend if you suddenly your salary? I just want to give you an example because I want you to understand the mindset of the law firms. Say your salary is $200,000 a year, just hypothetically. All of a sudden, you're not getting $200,000 a year. You're only getting 150, but that 150 is coming in much more slowly. Like for some reason, like instead of getting paid, every 2 weeks, you're only getting paid every 6 weeks, and it's not the full amount. So you don't know what's going on. Why is the firm not paying me the full amount? Why are they paying me so slowly? And this is what happens. So it happens in law firms with their collections. So just put yourself in the position. Your salary is 200, it's 150, but you're not getting paid on time, and everyone's paying you late. You don't know what's going on, and you have at home, you have a nanny that's rude to you. You have a gardener that mows your lawn and is always gossiping and showing up late and doesn't appreciate it when you give them checks, and it's like, is that all I got as a Christmas bonus? And you have a maid that is rude to you and is missing work. And what do? Do you want to keep those people around? Are you going to fight for them? Are you? So you need to be on the side of. And then let's say you have another person that washes your car and comes and is like, yeah, thank you. I love this work. I'm so excited that I have this. I have one guy that washed my car. He's like, I'm from Mexico. I'm so happy to be here. Like, this is great, man. Thank you for the job. Hey, boss, I waxed your car. I didn't charge you today, because I really appreciate you giving me this work. Thank you so much. That $300 you gave me as a Christmas bonus. I watched my truck, but I bought my daughter a gift. Look at this picture of it. Like, this is how people act that appreciate their jobs. Am I going to let that guy go in a recession when no one's paying me? Or am I going to let the people go that don't appreciate the work and are rude and don't do the great job? Think about this, because I want you to be on the side of the guy that's cleaning the car. I want you to be on the other side, and that's what you need to do. I'm so happy to be here. I appreciate it. You're great. So at a minimum, look at sites like Law Crossing for openings. And again, I'm not trying to sell this. It's $5 a month, but you need to sign up for job alerts in your practice area in every location in the country. I'm not perfect. This site is not perfect. I'm ashamed that it's not better. I wish it was, but this is one way. But watching the site to find openings and applying to ones that are a good match are two tasks that are going to give you a good sense of the availability of new jobs in the market. You should do that. If you don't believe you need jobs fast or to know about other job openings, if your firm is in trouble, you're wrong. You also need to sign up for BCG and make sure you're monitoring all the jobs on there that we send you. It doesn't mean you have to leave, but you need to know what's going on. You should be watching these webinars. You should be reading newsletters and getting information. I don't care if you talk to other recruiters and want to work with them. I really don't care. I'm not trying to make money off you. I'm trying to help you. I care about this. I want to spread good energy. And Law Crossing, this is just monitors websites and companies and government websites. It can help you. You can apply to everywhere. You should have things lined up. You don't want to be unemployed. I don't recommend leaving a law firm and going in-house to the government, but I do recommend if you're a litigator, taking a clerkship, not a bad idea. If you're a corporate attorney, and there's no other work, maybe it's time to go in-house. I don't know, but you need to fix this and you need to be in good shape. If you're a litigator, you can and you would like public interest, you can do that, but you don't want to lose your job. You just need to speak with legal recruiters. I am an unusual legal recruiter in that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the phone with you because I believe that I have a bigger reach than that. You can certainly hire me to talk to you if you want, but again, it's a lot of money, and I wouldn't. I would do it if I was you, but I'm not trying to sell myself here. But you can speak with other legal recruiters that may have jobs. There's a lot of good recruiters out there that may know about things and can help you. But honestly, most of them go out of business when the economy slows down because they don't know the market and they don't know where the opportunities are. If you're a litigator, you can move to smaller firms. You can, if your work's slowing down, corporate, same thing. And there's lots of opportunities out there. I don't want to make you feel like there's no opportunities. In the recession, if what happens, just this kind of a macro trend, I've talked about this before, but I want you to understand it. The macro trend is the big markets where there's a lot of people, like New York City or Los Angeles or San Francisco or whatever, or Houston or Dallas or Miami. Those markets slow down. And when they slow down, there's a ton of people out there trying to find jobs in those same markets, and they don't want to move because they have houses and families and kids in school. So they're all fighting for the same jobs, and there's no opportunity there. It's exhausted. And it's very hard. Now that means there's some, but if there's a few jobs, everyone is applying to them, and they're all great candidates. So you do the math. It's impossible for a lot of people. Your best odds are to move to smaller markets. And every time I've been in a recession and I've taken candidates from I have candidates in big markets that are willing to look at smaller markets, they always get jobs. I've had people, and again, I'm talking about, New York City moving to Syracuse. I'm talking about New York City moving to, you get the idea. North Carolina, North Carolina will probably have a problem during this recession, but smaller markets, Charleston, or companies that work on law firms that will work on smaller issues. Smaller companies and clients that'll be happy to have you. And you can always move back from those law firms, by the way. I'm not suggesting you do this. I think you should commit to where you're at. But if you move to a law firm in there's so many examples of markets that are good. But if you move to a law firm in New Hampshire or something, and then the market goes back, you can move back to New York, or you can move back to Los Angeles, or you work in Sacramento or something, or Fresno. Of course you can, but or you can just move to a smaller market, a smaller firm in your own market. And it's not what people do. And you should speak to recruiters and without delay. What they will do, by the way, and I hate to say this, if you work with me, I'm never going to stop being your friend and sending you jobs. I will go balls out. I'm not going to swear, I'm sorry, but I will go all out to help you if I think you're working with me and not stealing our contact and thinking, but I will go all out and I won't stop, and you will think this person's evil because they're trying to help me. I don't know, or what. It's bad for me to try to apply to all these. This is what some people think. No, I will keep helping you. What's going to happen with other recruiters, most of them, because I know how industry works, and I'm not trying to be rude here, and not all recruiters are like this. That I want to be very clear. I think I have a lot of respect for them, but most, meaning most real estate agents are a certain way. Most people in different professions are a certain way. What most of them will do is they will not have the resources to get you a job because they're not 200-person technology companies like BCG, and I've been doing this for 25 years, and they will ghost you. They won't return your calls. You'll stop hearing from them. they'll send you a few firms. You'll call them and leave messages and you won't hear anything. They'll respond to your emails, nothing yet. If you work with me, I will send you jobs all the time. I will send you openings. I will send you firms. I will send you reports. I'll allow you to, I mean, this is just a different level of help. And only reason I'm telling you this is because I just want you to understand that if you are working with other recruiters, and you should, I'm not telling you because the odds are that I won't work with you for the first point. But if you are, but I'll still send you jobs. I mean, now I'll try to tell you what's going on in your market. But if you are working with other recruiters, I would recommend speaking with a lot of them. So, and because you need to find every opportunity you can. Someone will be like, I won't work in this, I can be loyalty, I mean, whatever. I'm trying to help you. I'm telling you advice. And I do not care if you work with me and you want to, as long as you're not applying to other jobs, the same jobs. I mean, I just want you to get a job. That's all I care about. And legal recruiters, again, understand the market. They often have individual relationships with hiring personnel, and they can be tremendously valuable to you. And it's important that you, in addition to applying to every firm you can, you speak with recruiters in your search. I would recommend making sure that the firms that they're submitting you to and stuff have they've made placements there. Probably, I mean, that's very important. Every firm that we've made placements with is on our website. There's hundreds, if not thousands of them. But there's so many of them. But you should make sure that's the case. Other thing is networking. So most people get jobs because of positive relationships with other people. I want to make that clear. Most people get jobs because of positive relationships with other people. So I had a bizarre experience. I love telling the story because it's so funny. I was talking to an attorney in well, it doesn't matter where the person is, in the Midwest. And the person had gone to University of Michigan Law School. They'd gotten some sort of degree from Caltech or some great school in engineering, and were unemployed. And I was like, wow, what the hell's going on here? And they'd worked at a big firm. They'd worked at one of these Jones Days or something. I don't remember what the firm was, but a really good firm. And so the person actually wasn't in Michigan, because I don't even know if Jones Day is an office here, but I think it was Jones Day, and maybe it was in Chicago or something. But the point is that the person had great qualifications. So I called them and I was trying to get information. I was like, tell me about your hobbies. Like, let's talk about, why you think you're a good attorney. And let's talk about, tell me about your family, because I try to personalize my candidates to make them look personal, because I want people to connect with them. This is what it's about. It's not about sending a resume, guys. No, you work with BCG. We have questionnaires. We have all these things. And the reason we want personal information about you, it's not because Harrison is uptight and looking for a girlfriend or something. No, what is it? Uptight would be hard up. I don't know, but it's because we're trying to personalize you and make you look like a real person to law firms, which is what they care about. Law firms hire people, not resumes. Anyway, so I'm talking to this woman, and she says that she would like to. She's not interested in answering my questions. She's got the background to work at these firms, and why do I care? And she refuses to answer them. She's not interested in me talking to her about this. And I was like, are you kidding? Like law firms, are going to hire you only if they can connect with you, and you're unemployed, and we need a story, and I need to help you with this. And she says, no, this is what I want. And I'm like, wow, what the heck? And I got the phone. I was like, I just had this really dark kind of feeling. I was like, wow, this is very strange. Like, what's wrong with this woman? And so I was like, I'm sorry, I can't work with you. And, I can't represent anyone that I don't have a personal connection with, and that doesn't give me the tools to do that, because you're going to get a job based on connection. You're unemployed for a reason. So for what, because it kind of occurred to me, like, this is just something off with this woman. The first thing I did is I entered her name into I think it was Pacer. I was like, has she ever sued anybody? And I saw that she'd sued her old law firm for something, maybe, I don't know, saying it was discrimination against females or something, or I don't remember what it was, but it was all bogus. And then I looked it up, and there was articles about it, and it was like, talking about how not only had she sued them, but she'd sued a hair salon for not waiting on her fast enough, and it was just all this crazy stuff. And so I was like, wow, this is what happened. And so this person, was unable to make a connection, and because of that, probably was losing jobs and thinks it's just all about doing the work. That attitude, by the way, of like, I'm here to do the work. You shouldn't care. Like, there's no connection. This is just an employment relationship. How in the hell do you expect to get ahead with that? Really? Like, you really expect to get ahead just saying like, this is just a frickin' employment relationship, and that's all you need is an employment relationship? No, you need to get out there and do whatever you possibly can to find a job. And that's all it is. I mean, and you need to connect with people. If you don't connect with people, you're in big trouble. Like, it's bad, man. You need to connect with others, and you need to do whatever you possibly can, because that's who hires you. They hire you based on connection. So you need to find every contact you can, and a new connection can help you. I had a really weird experience, like, and I hate telling these stories, but I'm telling it because I'm trying to help you, and I know this is a long webinar and a lot of information, but I had a weird experience. So I was at one point I was literally on top of the world. I had before the 2008 recession. I had this company. The website's still up. It's called edfed.com, and the business is still operational, but nowhere near the level that it is. And I was making I was doing student loans, and this business was incredible. Like, it was bringing in, tens of millions of dollars a month. And my company went from 100 to 850 employees. I couldn't believe it. I started buying buildings for all the extra staff, and I was, on top of the world. And wow. And all of a sudden, two things happened. The first thing happened was the financial crisis happened, and I was making private student loans with a line of credit, and I lost my line of credit. They're like, sorry, I think I had like a $10 million a day credit where I could fund these student loans and then sell them. I lost my line of credit, and then Obama administration said that private lenders could no longer do federal student loans, which was a huge source of business. So, wow, all of a sudden, this 850 person company and all of these business and buildings and was at risk. And I tried to hold on, by the way. I paid these people because I had millions of dollars just sitting around, and I tried to keep everything going even after that. But my point is I had one guy. He was a banker at Morgan Lewis. He was like a managing director, the kind of guy that makes probably $5+ million a year. He lived in penthouse in Park Avenue, and he was a big deal. And he was actually, he and I were in the process. He was going to invest in our company and give me, I believe it was like $80 million for 51% of it or something. It was, again, I was like, wow, like I was on top of the world. This isn't, think about that. I'm, early 30s or whatever. So anyway, a little old, but anyway, the point is that this is happening. And so this guy suddenly, I call him one day. I'm like, you pulled our line of credit, all this stuff. What's going on? He's like, I'm sorry. I just found out today that I lost my job, and so did my whole department. And he was one of these guys who was kind of negative against his company to some extent, but very polished, and Harvard Business School and Wharton undergrad and all this kind of stuff. And he'd been there. And so he called me, and I was like, wow, so I need to help you get a job. And he's like, no problem. What do I need to do? And so I did the same thing I'm telling you about. I told him, you got to send your resumes to all these people and all this stuff. And he's like, and then he calls me back. And again, I was talking to his family. His kids went to a school called Collegiate, it's a great school in New York City. And I know people that went there. And I'm talking to this guy's wife. And he's like, do you think if Harrison Barnes lost his job, that he would send out, meaning me, would send out his resume to 100 banks in New York City? Do you think he would really do that and suit the level? And I said, hell yeah, I would. And he said, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back to school and learn about derivatives or something. So he was taking, because he knew the market was so bad, he just started taking these classes, and crazy, right? I mean, and so then I found this book. It was called Don't Send a Resume. And it basically talks about something that I learned about earlier about how to get business. But it said that when you're in trouble or when you need a job, you need to write down the names of 200 people that you know, and then call all of them and talk to them and see what you can do. And you need to reestablish those relationships. They could be people you went to school with. They could be former people you work with. They could be friends that you know from a long time ago, and just talk to them and ask them how they're doing. And if they ask you how you're doing, just say, well, I'm calling you because I got some time in my hands. I just lost my job or whatever. They actually didn't say that. It was talking about if you're employed trying to get a resume. But so I've written a lot about that. And this is just contacting people and putting the word out, because you never know. I mean, someone, I have a maid, and her son worked at, I think he still does, Skadden. Who would have thought? Really? So it's like, these are people have connections you don't even know about. And so you need to contact everyone. You need to have a card. And if you have a grocer or a dry cleaner or people that you talk with, or your hair people, you talk to them and you say, if they ask you how you're doing, you give them your card and tell them, because you need to network. And this book, by the way, Never Send a Resume, or whatever it's called, is huge. And I'm not telling you to buy that book. I have stories on my blog about it, harrisonbarnes.com. But this is what you need to do. You need to get out there, and you need to talk to everyone you possibly can, and put the word out, and connect people, because it's all about connection. People will help you with connection. That story I told you earlier about University of Virginia Law School, I knew that their class was full when I applied. I went out there, I met with them. I sent them a copy of a book I wrote about, Detroit, and I problems with people that are African Americans are having, and how we need to fix it. I did everything I possibly could to make a connection, and you need to make a connection. This is the only way to do it, man. This is what you need to do, and you need to speak with your clients if appropriate, people that you're working with. If you've ever considered going in-house, you need to talk to them and say, I really appreciated working with you. And again, I'm not saying to undermine your relationship with your existing firm. Maybe it's at a previous firm, but you need to talk with your clients and put the word out and say, I'm looking for a position, I'm being selective, I'm trying to find something. You need to investigate opportunities outside of law firms. Again, I told you about Law Crossing. If there's companies that you like, or small companies, go to their website and see if they have jobs. Investigate jobs in-house with the government, any other practices that may interest you, just to be safe. You need to apply to jobs outside of your current market. Again, this is a huge one. Applying to jobs outside of your current market works. If you apply to jobs outside of your current market, if you are in a big market, that's where everyone else is competing for the same jobs. So you're going to have a much harder time finding positions. You need to apply to jobs outside of your current market. If you don't apply to jobs outside of your current market, you're probably going to be in trouble. And this is what a lot of people do. You need to apply to smaller firms, bigger markets, smaller markets, every possible market you possibly can. Go to BCG, and if you select that you're interested in 100 markets, if you're, I will, if reasonable, I mean, if there's help you. But the other market too, by the way, that's really good. If you grew up in, let's say you grew up in Memphis and you're currently in Chicago, or you grew up in Cleveland and you're currently in San Francisco. Like you going back to your home market is a very smart move. Like, so go back to your home market. If you go back to your home market, law firms love it when people do that because it looks like you're going to stay. But you apply to jobs outside of your current market. And in past recessions, the attorneys who did the best are always those who were willing to be geographically flexible. And I've written a lot about this, about considering other markets through job search. But you need to do that too. It's very important. I talk about it all the time. And then you need to look at law firms and employers of all sizes, not just big firms. If you're at a big firm, you should look at everything, because this could be the opportunity you've been waiting for. Sometimes opportunities come and you don't know why. You don't know why those opportunities are coming. And if you have a good opportunity, maybe this is a blessing for you. Maybe not working in a big firm or maybe working in another firm is going to change your life. And it could, because a lot of times attorneys just take the first jobs that they could and they get, and they don't realize all the other opportunities out there. So you need to apply to a recession, or you need to apply to every possible firm you can. Look at law firms of all sizes, not just the firms that you think you should be working at. Your objective is to stay employed. You need to put any preconceptions aside and apply to work with firms of all sizes, not just big firms, not just small firms, not just medium firms, every firm. And you will get hired. I'm serious. Like, this is what happens. Why have I made thousands of placements? I'm not, the average recruiter, by the way, makes 3 or 4 placements, maybe a year, maybe 5, sometimes, if they're really good, a few more. But my numbers are, it's not 1,000, but it's, I'm not even going to tell you, but it's a lot. I mean, it's more than, anyway, it's a lot. And it's because I do this, because I look at employers of all sizes. I look at firms of all sizes. And very few people buy into this, by the way. I mean, most people think that they only need to apply to big firms or whatever, or small firms. And my candidates buy into, of course, most of them, but most people in the market do not buy into this. And this is what you need to do. You need to look at different markets and different firms of all sizes. That's the only way to get a job, man. Again, trust me, 25 years of experience watching people die, literally, because they haven't gotten jobs, or careers die most of the time. This is what you need to do. A boutique law firm is a great choice for many attorneys. It works. You can get jobs there. And this is just what you need to do. You need to do that, and it works. It's how things work. I want to tell you too one more story. I apologize for telling all these stories, and it's a lot, but I'm just doing everything I freaking can to get you a job and to save your career right now. I really want to. I really want to help you. I've told this story before, but the worst attorney I ever hired. I had an opening for an in-house counsel, and I put the job out there, and I would check my voicemail every day, and there would be like voicemails from attorneys from Skadden and Latham and all these things saying, I really want to work for you and at your firm and everything. And it's like, yeah, all right. So I was getting all these messages for this in-house job, and eventually I had so many applicants, it was like over 1,000, that I just couldn't even review them anymore. I didn't know what the hell to do. Like, I was like, I'm just paralyzed, and I'm working on recruiting, and I want to be involved in this hire personally because someone that's working for me, but I would prefer to not hire anyone right now because it's just too overwhelming. I have too much going on. So one day this woman walks into my office. She's probably in her 60s. She's unkempt, smells like smoke, and it's got a resume with her. and it's got missing a tooth, or it's just, again, it wasn't a pretty sight. And she'd gone to Arizona State and had been working in a company, not even a law firm, doing insurance. I don't know what she was doing. She walks in, she says, hey, I live in Malibu, which is where my office is, or was at the time. It would, and you know, and you know, this is my resume. I know who you are. I'd really love to work with you. Could you please give me a chance? And she sat down, and she went to Arizona State, maybe graduated for law school or University of Arizona. I mean, didn't do particularly well, didn't have a very impressive career. And I hired her. Now, she turned out to be a horrible attorney, but I have a big heart. So I sat there for 18 months going over everything she did and marking it up and trying to help her to be a better attorney. But eventually I didn't have time because nothing I said was sinking in. But 18 months I kept her on trying to help her. And I had all these better people. And again, during that time, I was using outside law firms and everything because I couldn't rely on her work. I don't even think I'm like negligent or something. But the point is that was a personal connection she made. And that's why she got a job. That's why I got into schools. And that's why you need to make that personal connection. So in 2008, 2009, there were recessions. Legal recruiters noticed major slowdowns. However, when the market slows down, not every area of the country slows down. What ends up happening is that a lot of legal work moves to the most expensive law firms in major markets or the smaller law firms outside of major markets. So I want to explain this dynamic to you so you understand it. And what happens is companies do not want to pay the high billing rates of the big law firms. So what they do, or even the medium-sized law firms, they send their work to the big law firm. The big law firms' work is sent to medium law firms, typically in smaller markets. The medium then the medium work is sent to the smaller law firms because everyone wants to save money. And so work in Chicago moves to suburban law firms or to other areas. Work in New York City might move to upstate New York and Long Island and other things, places in New York where the billing rates are lower. And smaller law firms often end up getting more work. And they use the recession to grab talented attorneys from markets where there's an oversupply of them. That's just kind of how it works. And so this is just something that you need to understand. Smaller law firms become very busy, and they use attorneys to do that. And during the last recession, the number of our placements actually increased because of this trend. So I want to, let me just one more story for this. I just want you to understand what happened. We had, it was very funny. We had, I'm going to tell you about two different offices. We had an office in Chicago during the last recession. We also had an office in New York. So our office in New York was staffed by these two, they were the main people, and there were other people, but the people that were leading the office were these two women from major law firms. And then there was also a manager that was also from a major law firm. But they were from major law firms, had gone to good law schools, and one of them was editor-in-chief, and were used to placing people in big law firms, and thought that was the only place that they could send them, and sending people to smaller law firms and smaller markets was beneath them because they were big firm recruiters and they represented all these powerful big firms, and great. So I told them at the beginning of the recession, I'm like, listen, man, like, you're not going to make any placements or any money if you're sending these candidates to just big firms because there's no jobs. And even if there are jobs, you're competing with everyone. You need to get them the hell out of New York into smaller markets, and you need to work in smaller firms in New York and send them to smaller firms. Because if you don't do that, none of your candidates are going to get jobs. And they were like, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but this is, we're basically, our egos are dependent on working with big firms. Completely insane, right? So then I had these other people in Chicago. Now, the people in Chicago had Midwestern values. And I'm not saying that in a pejorative sense against recruiters in New York, but they had Midwestern values. And I said the same thing to them. And one of them, the woman that was head of it, the office, I'll never forget her. She was awesome. And she was basically a former recruiting coordinator that had gone to a Bible college, and I don't even know if she graduated and got a degree. Her brother was a security guard, and she was from Kentucky, like kind of a blue collar family. And the other person there was an attorney that had come from kind of a mid-sized firm in Chicago and had gone to maybe Loyola or something of Chicago. I mean, not the greatest qualifications, but they're like, if Harrison's telling me to do this crap, I'm going to do it. And this woman in New York were just kind of like gossipy and like, and these people were not gossipy. They just followed the line because it's like everything you told us is true. So I told them, do not send your candidates to big firms in New York. Send them to suburbs and smaller markets. Discourage them, big firms in Chicago, and send them to smaller firms in the suburbs and everything. So the woman in New York, I'm going to tell you the first story. A year later, I went out there and they had quit because they hadn't found jobs. One of them went to work in a career services office or actually went to another recruiting firm and then stayed there and didn't do well and left and went to work in career services office. And the other one went to another recruiting firm and also didn't do well. And now is, I don't think, doing anything. But these are people that had worked for me for 10 plus years. One of them like 15 or whatever, and the other one for 10 or 11, 12. And the women in Chicago, though, were like, so I went out there. But anyway, I went out to visit them, and it had been like a year. And they'd made maybe one or two placements during this recession, one or two, okay? And one of them had started smoking, which was just completely weird. She'd been like a health person, and the other one was didn't have money to eat. I mean, this is how bad it was. Like, was out of money, and they're like, "Wow, this is commission jobs," and these are people that were making $300,000 to $500,000 or $600,000 a year the years previously. So they were doing, and this all of a sudden. Then I went out to the Chicago office, and it couldn't have been more stark and different. They had their best year. I think one of them made $600,000 or $700,000 in the middle of a recession. Again, people without any formal legal education, and the other one was doing extremely well as well. So well that she was being plucked off, and eventually, I think, plucked off by another recruiting firm because she couldn't stop bragging about how well she was doing in the market every time. So the point is that this is two separate approaches to the market. Like you can do the approach of the people in the New York office, like I'm telling you about, and you can apply to a few firms and think you're above all this and make it about your ego. Or you can just get out there and do what's required and listen to me and be a soldier, like I'm telling you, and not be the opposite. You need to be a soldier, not a freaking general. This is not about your ego. This is about surviving. And those two women that were very successful, no longer, right? It's over. Just because of this piece of advice. Same thing happens to attorneys and law firms. They do not follow this advice and their careers die. It's sad. Again, I'm just telling you what I see in the market. I'm not, there's nothing special about me. This is not about my ego. I care about getting people jobs. But I'm just telling you, this is what you need to do. And you either listen to me or not. And you need to be flexible. You need to consider new markets. You need to look at firms of all sizes. You need to network the way I'm telling you. And you need to fix it. You need to protect your resume by avoiding gaps. I've told you about some very aggressive job search strategies that should be part of everybody's repertoire. I believe in this. Not every attorney is willing to engage in this type of search. Most of them, it's about their freaking ego. Like the guy, oh, by the way, the guy I told you about, the guy that was making $5 million a year, the managing director or whatever it was, I don't know what, Morgan Stanley or what, I don't remember, one of those big banks that was offering me $80 million at one point. That guy just died, his career died, over, because he didn't search for a job. He started, I don't know, he set up his own, like, trying to invest in derivatives or something, over. So Wow, because he's like, would Harrison Barnes email his resume or mail his resume to 100 law firms? Would, oh, by the way, I did want to offer you one other piece of advice. When I work with candidates at BCG, I do something that is a secret of mine, but I'm going to tell everyone on this call because I want to help you. If the law firm doesn't yell at me for doing it, I will fax them a resume. I fax them the resume in addition to emailing it because I know that that law firm may just get a bunch of emails and not pay attention. If I send a fax, someone's going to deliver it to them and put it on their desk. I also will send letters if the law firm lets me. Printed letters. Imagine thousands of letters going out per week printed because I'm trying to get the law firm's attention. You need to do the same thing. If you can possibly, mail your resume and email it and stuff and get their attention, show you really want the job, that's going to help you. You do not want to let your ego get involved in any search. You do not want to be under the belief that law firms that are receiving, like I did, in-house counsel job Harrison Barnes has, tons of voicemail messages, over 1,000 applications. Wow, why would I'm frozen. So the law firms are like that too, but you also need to make sure that you don't let your ego get involved. Jobs should not chase you. Law firms will hire the people that they have a connection with and that want the job and that they think are going to be on the right side of everything, not the other one. And even attorneys who do aggressive searches do not end up finding jobs because they often cannot be geographically flexible. They sit around in these markets. New York during the last recession was like Night of the Living Dead. There was nothing. Everyone was losing money. People were walking around with their heads down, the law firm. Sad. You need to be geographically flexible. And you understand you don't want a gap in your resume. If you have a gap, it makes it look like you're on the side of the people that don't get work, that are against the firm, that the law firm didn't favor, that don't know how to connect people, all these things. So you need to take actions to find a law firm position. Litigators, you can take a judicial clerkship. If things are slowing down, you should be applying to every freaking clerkship you can. I certainly recommend, if you can, getting a federal clerkship. But even if you're a 10th year attorney and you take a 1 or 2 year clerkship, you can get back after a recession. Attorneys can do them all the time. It can help your careers. It's kind of like a sabbatical. Corporate attorneys, you go to business school. I've seen lots of attorneys go to business school during recessions. You should be applying now if you can. Do everything you can if you want to stay in a big market. I've placed lots of attorneys at every, I would say, 25 to 50 of the AmLaw 50. Half of them. The 50 biggest firms that decided to go to business school during recessions. This is often helpful. It actually makes you more employable. I don't know why, but law firms love it. It gives you business background that you help with your corporate clients. That can help. You can get law firms. Sometimes you can get positions with law firms overseas. I've had instances where I've had candidates that are sitting around unemployed, and I'm like, great. Let's apply to everywhere in Dubai, and let's apply to all the firms in Saudi Arabia, and let's apply to all this stuff. And they're like, well, one guy was like, anyway, I'm not going to talk about religious stuff, but it's like, why would I go to Dubai? They will kill me, or why would I go to? And I'm like, you need a job, man. So they don't know your religion, and getting them jobs in Saudi Arabia and all these different places. It's very funny. So, but you need to apply to all these if you can, especially for a corporate attorney. Try to apply overseas. Patent attorneys, another smart thing for you to do is to you can get another degree. You can take a year off, and if you're mechanical, get electrical, which is more employable. That's smart. If you have a undergraduate degree in some scientific discipline, biology or something, you can get a master's degree, and it's going to make you more employable later on. If you're a patent attorney, you can often go work for the USPTO. Now, sometimes it is difficult to go from the USPTO back to the law firm, but you can do that as well. Real estate, you can go in-house. That's very easy, by the way, to go in-house. There are tons of real estate jobs. You can mail your resume to every developer, and you will get jobs. It's very easy to get an in-house job as a real estate attorney, extremely easy. Any attorney can get an LLM. It's not always a good idea, but it's good. The NYU and the some of these other schools, LLMs are a good option for tax and corporate, or it can be good for RISA, healthcare, other practice areas, and it's often smart during a recession. You can also, if you're, I'm not going to get myself in trouble here, but you can start a family. You can spend a year or two doing that. If you do that and you say it's a maternity or paternity leave, it's often okay, and it's at least desirable. But law firms are pretty nice about that a lot of times if you say you want to take a break. And all of these can be effective and fulfill gaps in your resume, especially during a downturn. And if the slowdown is only in your firm, then the other thing is you need to find out if these firms will require you to leave. So every law firm operates differently, but there's some red flags that should concern you about your law firm's financial health. Again, some of you are junior, some may not understand all these signs. I want to make sure you understand the signs of when you need to look for a job and what you need to do. And this is kind of, these are the most important signs. So one of the most important signs is the most powerful attorneys in the firm are leaving. So what partners will do, the ones with the most business, and they will leave when there's a lot of compensation issues. So if you're a partner, just understand, if you're a partner and you have a big book of business and you're making a lot of money, and all of a sudden the law firm says to you, sorry, but we can't pay you as much this year because things are slowing down and we need to make sure we keep other practice areas active and so forth. If you're, just put yourself in their situation, if you're making, let's just $2 million, and all of a sudden they tell you you're only going to pay you $1 million, and you can go to another firm and make $3 million with your book, what would you do? Would you pay the firm essentially $2 million to do that? I see partners do this all the time, by the way. Sometimes partners will be, and I don't want to, I love the capitalism and the market economy. So here's what happens. So I was talking to a partner not too long ago. I'm in this group called the Young Presidents Organization, and meet people all the time. And I was talking to this partner that has an incredible $30 million book of business. I was sitting next to him. I'm actually the chair of the Century City Los Angeles YPO, which I consider a big honor. But the point is that I was at this event, I was sitting next to this guy, and he came up and was talking to me, and he said, what did he say? He's just like, I was at this other firm, and they were paying me, $2 million, and with my book, and I was like, why, why are you paying me so little? He's like, well, we have all these legacy partners, and and he realized they have all these people that they were paying at the firm that don't have any business, and so and he was like, screw it, and he went over to another big firm, a big New York firm in Los Angeles, where he said they were paying him $5.5 million. So what would you do? I mean, just put yourself in that situation. So the law firms will experience mass partner defections because of compensation issues. And if it's big time partners that's happening with, like people have business, these are going to create conditions where the work is going to dry up, and those who are left, which may mean you, are going to not have work. And firms will always say everything's great until they close their doors. You should never take anything your firm is saying at face value. The very funny story, when Dewey Ballantyne, the firm I told you about earlier, where I was working at, was going out of business. I don't remember when that happened, but it was around this 2008, 2009 time. All these partners were defecting, and the firm was having all these problems, and it was pretty clear that it would look like it was going to close its doors. And they hired this PR agency, or this reputation consultant named Citric. It was a very famous reputation company or firm in New York or LA or something. And so they put out these releases, and they were putting out these things every day. And the managing partner of the firm was saying things like, we've never done better work. Our attorneys have never worked harder. And so they were putting the stuff out every day about how great the firm was, when in reality, things were, days away from going out of business. So this is what firms do. I mean, they just put yourself in their situation. It's not that they're doing anything wrong. They're just trying to protect themselves. And the firm will say anything they can to protect their reputation, even if things are in trouble. And if the work at your firm is slow and these partners are leaving, that's a big issue. And other things that happen are a lot of law firms are in specialty legal practices, and those practice areas may slow down. So recently, a lot of law firms is nothing but intellectual property work have closed. It's because the IP litigation work, a lot of that went away. They had a very difficult time being competitive. And there's been a lot of downward pricing on that. I mean, I'm just giving you an example of one type of firm. A firm that does nothing but trademark could be in trouble. A firm that, trademark litigation actually is probably okay, but you get the idea. So different rate structures and firms that are experiencing problems in their practice area, just on kind of a global scale, are often living on borrowed time. And so you should understand if you're in a specialty type law firm that, like, say your firm does nothing but corporate. There are firms that do nothing but corporate. They're like specialty law firms. Those firms are probably going to have some serious issues. The firm does nothing but corporate. If the firm is a real estate boutique, it does nothing but real estate, they're probably going to be in trouble. So if you work at one of these firms, you should be aware that real estate, corporate, certain types of litigation, certain types of patent, that your work could go away. A law firm can't be competitive when there's no work. Again, one of the things that I told you about earlier is a lot of firms have branch offices and billing rates that are too high for the market. It could be a New York firm in Los Angeles, like I gave you an example of earlier, and they may be billing, their billing rates may be too high, and those compensation structures could create issues with them generating work and holding work in those markets. A lot of times, some firms open branch offices and they don't pay their partners and associates enough to be competitive. Example, you have, and this is just kind of a silly example, but a lot of insurance defense firms and good insurance defense firms have attempted to open corporate practices or do other things in their law firms in major cities. They typically fail at this and end up losing partners. And because the partners leave, associates lose their positions as well. So you need to understand if your firm's experimenting with a practice area, that's a bad sign. So if you're in a big firm and they do nothing but litigation and decide that they want to also start doing a little patent prosecution or a little something else, that's not going to be the first to go. They hold on to their core businesses. That's what companies do too. So during recessions, companies always hold on to their core businesses and they get rid of the stuff that's costing them money. Look at what Goldman Sachs is doing right now. They have their they tried to get into consumer finance and they're just getting killed, and that's probably going to go. They get Marcus and stuff. They're probably going to have some serious issues with that. So I'm trying to make you understand what happens with these kind of other practice areas during recessions. The other thing that I want you to be aware of is a lot of law firms will open up branch offices and have branch offices, and this is a big thing because they believe that they need them to be powerful, and it's about ego and all this other stuff. And a lot of firms open branch offices that shouldn't be doing it because they're not strong enough. When they open branch offices, a lot of firms will hire people that are having problems at their existing firms who don't have the business that they say they do in other cities. So an example would be if a firm decides because Austin, of course, is a hot market right now, we need an office in Austin. So what they do is they're like, okay, so maybe the firm's in Chicago and opens an Austin office. And I'm not talking about any specific firm. And in order to open that office, they poach people from other firms, and the people that they poach are usually the ones that are unhappy or maybe troublemakers, or not always, and again, not even maybe 50% of the time, but a lot of the time. And so they end up with a group of people that probably don't have a lot of business and are unhappy and have a bad attitude in the branch office. And I'm just telling this to firm leaders. I'm telling this to everyone so you understand this is what happens. and then those attorneys do not generate the business that they say they had, and the firm is left supporting those people from the main office and paying salaries and trying to save face. But that's the first to go. They just cut that arm off. What do you do if you're a firm and you're suddenly losing all this business and your whole work is slowing down? You hold on to an office. It's not doing anywhere near its potential like it said it was going to, and where you've got partners that are unhappy and you've hired people that aren't to the same level as your main office. I mean, no, you get rid of it, and you keep the people around that are loyal, and that out of sight, out of mind. You just cut the office off. That's what they do. And when those partners leave, or when the firm slows down, sometimes maybe they'll laugh. Most of the people I saw, one firm, it was the funniest thing ever. Like, it was a firm it was a New York firm in Silicon Valley. This is a long time ago. It was maybe in like 2002 or three, and they'd opened one of these offices there, and had to get rid of everyone. Or maybe this was, I don't know, maybe it was 2008 or something. And there was a partner I knew there, and so I called him, and the office at one point it had like 30 attorneys in it, and so I called the main line of the office, and again, this is a partner that was the managing partner of the office. Very funny. He was from New York, and I called the main line, and expecting them to pick up and say this big firm name and everything, and transfer me to him. And I didn't realize how bad things were there. And I called the main line, and someone picked up on a speakerphone, and he said the firm name. And I realized it was him. Like, this firm had 30 people in at one point, but it had let everyone go. Or maybe not 30, maybe 15. But I mean, it had enough. I mean, that it was a presence. And he was the only person in the entire office. And it was very funny. He called me Barnes for some reason. He wasn't even calling me my first name because I kind of knew him fairly well. And anyway, the point is, it was very funny. And so this is what happens when law firms with branch offices. They don't often keep them around when the market gets bad, and sometimes law firms are often overly dependent on too few clients, and they lose or in danger of losing these clients, and that can also be a very dangerous place to be. I've seen firms with one client. There was a big firm in LA. It was called kind of Wiki and Rank or something. And I don't want to defame anybody, but it was a big healthcare firm not too long ago. And I had some kind of fee dispute with a firm. They hired a partner for me, and then were trying to avoid paying me and all this stuff. And I remember thinking, like, these are bad people. They're going to be in trouble. Like, something's going to happen to this firm. Like, you don't treat people like this. And then I found out later that, and they eventually did pay me. Maybe I accepted a fee of, I don't know. I think they paid it all. I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. But the point is that that this firm had one client. It was a healthcare firm, and it had one healthcare client, and it was something that the head of the firm had worked there as a general counsel and decided to start his own firm, and the firm grew. I mean, I think at one point it had like 50 or 80 attorneys in it, and all of a sudden the client decided, like, hey, this doesn't make sense, us paying this law firm. They've upset us or something. And they might have had a few other clients, but it was pretty much all dependent on this one client. And all of a sudden, that client fired them, and they went away. And the firm just boom, just like that. And what was funny about that is then I looked up the partner. And I don't remember if that's the right name or not. I'm not trying to defame you, but if I looked up the partner that had been the named partner that had tried to stiff me out of this fee years ago, and what I found, it was very funny, was he basically was a solo practitioner, and it didn't look like much is going on. There's all these broken images and stuff on his website, and he obviously wasn't doing well. And his bio just basically talked about how he'd once had a firm that had 80 attorneys in it. So it's just, law firms go out of business for this stuff all the time. I see it, and I'm just giving you one example, but I see this all the time. A law firm has to have a lot of business, and it has to be well diversified. That's why law firms have trust in estates and real estate and bankruptcy and litigation and corporate and all these things. If they do only one thing, that's very risky if that is not in favor. And so that's the way they diversify is a way that helps them and you. And so if they're overly dependent on a few large matters and these go away, that can be very problematic. I've told you the stories about law firms that go out of business because of cases settling. Law firms that are overly dependent on corporate can have all sorts of problems. New York is bad because, and again, I'm going to talk to you a little bit a couple markets. So when you look at law firms and the big law firms in New York, it's like all corporate and then a lot fewer litigation and other practice area people for most of them. When you look at law firms in Washington, D.C., which I've never seen slow down, by the way, always doing well. It's never having any problems. Hint, hint. It's just a good market. When you look at law firms in Washington, D.C., they're obviously doing a lot of work for the government, so that the government never stops giving them work. But they're all like litigation and lobbying and all that stuff, and a very few corporate. So those law firms typically do very well. So if your law firm is overly dependent on corporate and you're not there's not a lot of litigation work there, you're in major trouble. Again, I know other law firms. I told you about one earlier that I was talking about that laid off all these litigators, and then it hired all these litigators. I guess it was 30 in total, and then after a case settled, they laid off everyone. And these are great people. They had awesome background. I told you about 10 of them were from Jones Day. So that happens, and then this stuff happens all the time. It's another reason why you need to be aware all the time of what's going on in the market. And these are just a few of the issues, but they can be very dangerous when you're at a law firm like that. My next piece of advice is to identify anyone in your firm that can protect you or take you with them. So if you are in a firm where there's danger signs, which new branch office is a danger sign, overly dependent on corporate is a danger sign, partners leaving is a danger sign, you're a corporate attorney is a dangerous sign. You're a real estate attorney is a dangerous sign. I mean, all these things that you understand that are dangerous for you, or your partner without business and is a danger sign. Your hours are bad and you're not getting work is a danger sign. All these danger signs. If you're in a firm where there's danger signs, you need to get right away. You need to identify anyone in your firm who can protect you or take you with them. And it's important for attorneys to have a mentor who can protect them when things go bad in their firm. You need protection. And if you don't have a mentor who has access to clients, work, and clout within your firm, then you're in danger. Mentors are incredibly important. Again, I do not know how much I can stress how important mentors are. But to let you know how important mentors are, I'm going to give you two stories I'll give you 2 or 3 stories about my mentors and how important they are, because I want to give you a little taste of what a mentor can do for you. So when I was in high school, I really wanted to go to Harvard. I wanted to go to Harvard because my father had gone there. A bunch of people from his family had gone there. And I'm from an old American family. I mean, it's very old. And so a lot of people from my family, one side has gone to Yale and the other gone to Harvard. And again, I'm not saying this to brag. It was different back then. Just so you understand, the time my dad applied to Harvard, I think if you were like a white, but not a white, but if you were a male and coming from a kind of your odds of getting in were like 60 or 70. I mean, it was very high. So it's not like getting into Harvard's like it is now. And even when I was applying, so I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it was a big deal for me to try to go there. And unfortunately, I just, at the time, there was a lot of things I was doing well, but I didn't, I didn't have the ability to get in there. So I had a mentor, and it was someone that I believed in at my school. He was a guy that had got a PhD, I think, from Yale. He was he was an English teacher, and everything he did, again, I was his. I would do everything I could to do good work for him. I would participate in class. I would be prepared. I would stay after class and talk to him. I chose him as my mentor. I admired him. I asked him questions. I followed him around and walked with him after class, and did everything I possibly could to be on his side. And I loved him, and I spoke positively about him. Now, when I say love, I didn't mean love in a man versus man love sense, but I meant man. I mean, I just was very respectful to him. He ran a literary magazine for the school, and I submitted everything I could there, and I just did everything I could because he was my mentor, and he helped me and provided me advice, and he did something interesting too, which I'm going to bring this up just because this is an important webinar, and but he did something. This is kind of a piece of advice that I want you to understand. So I really wanted to go to Harvard, and he said, well, this is when I was a junior. He said, if you want to go there, you need to stand for something. They can't look at your resume and think, oh, this guy's just, good grades and this and that. And, that you have to stand for something because they get so many applicants that you have to stand for something. He said, and I'll give you an example. He said, one guy that was my mentee a year or two ago, he studied bugs, and he didn't have the best grades, but he was a very big bug expert, and he went to conferences and wrote papers and did all this stuff and studied bugs. And they looked at him and was like, wow, that's really interesting. Like someone that's got a passion for something. So it's the same thing with law firms in your practice area, by the way. I say this all the time, and I don't think people understand what I'm saying. So most resumes of people that are applying to Harvard will say things like, I'm on the Glee Club. I'm a student council president. I also am on track and captain of my track team. And I got these great SAT scores and great grades. Well, that doesn't do anything for them because everybody's like that, right? So, but the guy with the interest in bugs, nothing but bugs, has a focus. Well, what happens with resumes, and I'm sorry to digress here, but what happens with resumes is people put down all these different practice areas and things that they do and think that that's helping them and say, oh, I got exposure in this, I got exposure in that, and that. No, you stand for one thing. You stand for bugs, or you stand for corporate, or you stand for M&A, or you stand for environmental litigation, or you stand for one thing, and that's how you get people's attention. You don't get people's attention by doing 15 different things. And by the way, when I say I represent 2% of the people that apply to BCG, I represent 2% of the people because only 2% of the people know what they want to do and know what they want to do. One more story, and then I'm going to get back to the other story. The other story is I love Tony Robbins. I actually worked with him personally. I mean, in business, and he's been my friend, and spoken at his conferences and all this stuff. And I haven't had contact with him in some time, so I'm not using his name and dropping names. But I'm telling you that when I need to, I connect with important people that inspire me. And with him, I've stayed at his house in Fiji. I've traveled with him on private planes. I've worked with him and gone to Australia with him. I've met with him in hotels and Four Seasons and Palm Springs, and had private meetings. I mean, this is someone that I work with, and so you should be. But he has a book. It's a very good book. It's called Unlimited Power. And what that book says, there's a quote at the beginning. It's kind of fun. It talks about a study that's since been over. It's no longer. It's not valid or something. What that book does is it basically has a point where it talks about the study. And it says basically that I don't know, in 1950 or something, everybody that went to Yale College was surveyed. And there's some truth to the study, but it's not complete. But the book talks about it. Everyone that went to Yale College was surveyed, and when they were graduating and asked what they wanted to do, and only, again, it's the same number, only like 2% or 3% or something knew what they wanted to do. Some people said they wanted to be doctors and lawyers, and they were asked where they wanted to be and what they wanted to be doing in 30 years or something. And then they went back 30 years later, 1980 or 1982, whatever the year was, and they surveyed all those people, and they said to them, what are you doing? How much money are you making? What is your net worth? All this kind of thing. And what they found from the people that responded was the people that of that 2%, 5%, I don't know what the exact number is, and I don't want to make it up, but whatever that percentage is, that those people had, that 2% had like double the net worth, the people that knew what they wanted to do when they were graduating, of the other people that didn't know what they wanted to do. So double, you take 2% of the people, and they're worth maybe, I don't know, 500 million, and the other 90%, 8% are worth maybe 200 million or whatever the number is. I mean, just that 2% alone is double. So this is what it means. Not everything's about money, but I think there was other things about happiness. And, so if you know what you want to do, you're going to be much better off, and that's going to help you. And it's been studied. There's all sorts of goal studies. And I study personal improvement and how to help people in this for a living. And he did get that. I think he got that from another guy. God, I got to forget the names of where he got it from. But there's another well-known inspirational guy. He's got an Irish name, but anyway, I'll find out his name and tell you later. But the point is, a mentor can help you. So what did this guy say? This guy that my English teacher. What happened when I got to when I really wanted to go to Harvard? So I had to take these tests, these admissions tests, my junior year, and my father was doing all of this admissions work for Harvard. He had to withdraw from the year I was there, but I was essentially told that if I got a certain score on my what do you call it? And again, I apologize that things used to work this way. I know it's not fair, but if I got a certain score on my achievement test, meaning you had to take this test in Spanish and all these things, I would have very good chance of being admitted because of my SAT scores and grades and stuff. And that's what I was told. And so I had to drive to this other part of town, and this is before GPS and things, to take this achievement test in November or something, or whenever the last period of time was to take them. And I got lost. And I showed up for one of the achievement tests, 40 minutes late, or 30, it was an hour or something, and I had to rush through it, and I didn't finish it, and it was very devastating. I mean, because it was the last time I had to take it, and I called my dad after it, and he said, "Well, you just got rejected from Harvard," and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty awesome! Wow!" And just completely devastating. Then I talked to my advisor, and I said, I wish there was something I could do. And he said, "Well, where else do you want to go?" And I said, "Well, I want to go to the University of Chicago. I probably should have picked that initially. It's more my style." And he goes, "Well, that's where you'll go." And I thought that was incredible. And it's where I went. And what happened, the reason I got in there, again, a very competitive school, and I didn't have an in there. And at the time, the admissions rate, if you were an alumni or something from Harvard, was, and you had the qualifications, was really high. It was like this, we're talking about, 30 plus years ago. I mean, 70 or 80% or something. I mean, plus I had, so it's not like that anymore. And but the point is he helped me get in there, and it was because of that connection. And I know he did. And that was really nice. And it's not that the school did anything wrong. It's just that he went to bat for me. And so this is what mentors do. Like mentors protect you. They help you, and they get behind you, and they make sure good things happen to you. I have a cousin that was laid off from. He was working in Hong Kong at Sherman and Sterling, and there was a recession, and they didn't have a job for him anymore, and they had to let him go. But he had a mentor, and that mentor had a client that was a insurance company overseas in a pretty freaking awesome area to work. And they got him a job there after he'd been out for like a month. That mentor just kept pounding the pavement for him, and he became general counsel years later. And even before he was general counsel, they were paying him, well into the seven figures, meaning over $1 million a year. These mentors change your life. It makes a big difference. So many mentors in my life have helped me. And if you have a mentor, I have more mentor stories, and I could frankly tell them to you all day. But the people that have helped me in my life have always been mentors and people that look out for me. I'm going to tell you one more story because, again, I think this is a very important webinar. The next story is when I started my first business, which was a contracting business. I told you about that earlier in Detroit. It was a asphalt ceiling and type business, but anyway, I started it, and I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted to have my own business, and I started when I was in high school in my last year, and my family was not wealthy. They told me, my dad was basically like, you need to pay for all your spending money and your vehicles and insurance and all this stuff when you get to, and he actually did help me with my tuition, which is very generous. He lived in a small apartment to do it and all this stuff to help me with everything he had, which is I'll never forget. But the point is that I started this asphalt business, and I had all these problems. All these things went wrong. I spilled asphalt on sidewalks and had to rent power. I had clients not pay me. I got sick and burned, and I had all these problems. Vehicles broke down, and it was devastating. I've never been so stressed out, and so I couldn't do it anymore. And I was bouncing checks, and I thought I was going to go to jail for bouncing checks, and I did pay them. But the point is, I did this for a couple months before I started school at Chicago, and I was so depressed by the whole thing that I was like, I need to get a job. So I got this job as a garbage man. It was the only job I could get, working in Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, and making minimum wage. And so I did this job, and I said to myself, I'm going to go back and fix all these jobs that I messed up, even if no one's going to pay me. So I went and once I'd saved up enough money, I realized I'd probably have to work when I got back to the University of Chicago. But once I'd saved enough money, I went out and bought all the materials and money I needed to fix this asphalt and these asphalt jobs, meaning things where I'd gotten on houses and hadn't done a complete job. And so I bought all the materials and went back and started fixing them. And so one day I was in a hardware store, and this man came up to me, and he said, he was trying to buy all these materials. And I said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm buying those materials. And then for whatever reason, I started telling him how to do the work and giving him all the advice and how much should be spending. And I was out of the business at that point. I was a garbage man. That was all I had. I was just going to fix what I'd done and do the right thing and put positive energy on my side. And so I went back, and I decided I was, going to help fix everything. And I was in the hardware store, and I started telling this guy everything he needed to do. I gave him advice, and I sat there and talked to him for over an hour. Then he said, would you drive out to this condominium complex where I'm trying to buy all this materials to have it done because I'm on the board or whatever, and I want to I want to, have this work done, and I don't, I want to know what I should be paying if I pay someone else to do it and hire a contractor. And I was like, sure, no problem. So I went out there and I spent. It took a long time because I had to use like a measuring wheel, and you would charge price per square foot. And so I got out there maybe because it wasn't a hardware store, it was like a Home Depot type place. I got out to this place around 8 or 9, and I measured it until like 1 in the morning, spending all this time walking around in the dark, just doing something nice for someone. I didn't care. There was no corresponding benefit. And then the next day, I printed up, an old dot matrix printer, kind of you used to have these, anyways. There were not laser printers back then. I printed up all this stuff for him and sent him and basically what it would cost. And I told him what it should cost. And I didn't say I was up till midnight, 1 in the morning. They got home at 2 or anything. I just told him what it should cost. And again, when you do good things for people, you don't brag about it and tell them what you're doing. You just do it, and the universe will reward you in return. But I just told him, and he said, "Okay, thanks." And then a couple of days later, he called me and he said, and it was a lot of money back then. I mean, it was like, 20. It's called the Garbage Man Story. It's on my personal blog, but anyway. I told him you should be spending $2,500 or $3,000 or whatever to do it, and the materials for a job like that might cost $300 to $400. I don't remember, but I told him this is what you should be spending. A couple of days later, he called and said, "Would you like to do it?" And I said, "Are you kidding?" And my mom, I remember, was so excited because he called her and told her that he wanted me to do it. And so she called the Department of Public Works where I was working and asked to speak to me and told me I needed to call this guy right away, which is kind of cute. And so I called him and he said I could do the job. And it was literally one of the greatest moments of my life at that point because he gave me the job, and I did it. It took me like 2 days, and I made $2,500, and it was more money than I'd ever had in my life. Right now, it's probably like 6,000 or 7,000, which would be nice to take to any college, and it kind of saved my life. And then every year from then or after, he had me do the same job, and it enabled me to build this business. It became successful. So, and I did that work every year. Very moving experience for me and made me very happy. So this is what mentors can do for you. And this is what people, when you serve them, even when it doesn't look like in your self-interest, when you do things for partners, if it doesn't look like in your self-interest, when you do things for other people, even though you don't expect any corresponding reward, this is what happens. I know a partner, a guy that I really like. He's a partner at Boyd Schiller. And one of my mentees or someone I used to mentor professionally. I mean, you can hire me to be your mentor, but this is someone that did. And he had built up this big book of business. And I was like, how did you do it? And he said, well, I just go out and, anytime someone's down or needs help, I help them, and I don't expect any corresponding benefit. And if they become a general counsel or anybody later, they help me and they refer others to me, and that's what's changed my life and my career. Amazing. This guy came again from nothing. I don't, the same kind of thing. So this is what people do, and this is how you help yourself, and people will look out for you if you look out for them. And so again, if you're close to a partner with a lot of work, you should speak with them about your concerns with the firm and ask them what they think you should do. And again, you need to get close to people. These are people reward you if you do things for them without a corresponding reward. And I want to keep making this point to you because it's so important how things work. You need to speak with them about your concerns with the firm and ask them what they think you should do. And if that partner has seen the writing on the wall and is planning to leave, see if they can take you with them. I want to tell you one other story. It's funny in the Bible. They talk about someone's like the Pharisees are like, why is Jesus asking all these? And again, I'm sorry for talking about this because I know most, but why is Jesus talking in parables? And he says something about, well, that's how people learn. They don't get the message if you just tell them. They learn through parables. So I'm telling you personal stories. So I was hosting a dinner for some people in YPO not too long ago at my house, and one of the guys that came, and these people have big businesses. This particular guy has a business that does $80 million in revenue a year, or more, and he's got all these businesses, and he's from Iran, and so and he was telling me that in Iran, the way people do business is it's just like, it's face to face. You do everything you possibly can at one point, and you try to get the best bargain you can. You bargain the heck out of everything, and it's kind of, he called it the bizarre mentality, and you just try to win at all costs, because this is the last time you'll ever see the person in negotiation. He said it has to do with people in the desert passing each other or something. Again, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm just saying, and they'll never see each other again. And I don't think it's just a cultural thing. That's what he said. So he said that's the mentality he started his business with. And he graduated from college and was doing this and never got ahead. Nothing was ever happening. He was trading in electronics. And so he had a guy that was at Sony that was in charge of distributing PlayStations or something, and I guess when you saw when a realtor, I didn't realize this, but when a the places like Best Buy and stuff are always like, oh, we have no margins, but actually a lot of these stuff, like these PlayStations and stuff, the margins are like 100%. So if you're buying it for $300 or buying it for $150, and so he wanted to get a certain type of PlayStation, and the guy said, well, listen, I'll tell you what. I can't sell you any of these. I'm giving them to for clients. But if you buy $5 million of this last year's PlayStation, I'll see what I can do for you in the future. And he said his first reaction was like, why would I buy $5 million of this last year PlayStation? I won't make any money. I'll have to hustle. I have to contact all these chains and convince him to take it and do me a favor. It'll take me weeks. And the guy said, do whatever you want. And so he's like, okay. Eventually he came back. He didn't have any other, I guess you can buy these on credit or something. So that's how he came up with the money. So he took this $5 million in these these last year's PlayStations or whatever the previous video game thing was. And he spent a few months just spending all this time moving them. And he didn't make any money. He lost money, but not a lot. And the guy, he came back to the guy. He's like, okay, I've sold them. The guy said, okay, thanks. And then a year or two went by, and nothing happened. And then the guy, some new PlayStation thing came out or something, and the guy called him and said, I got some news for you. He said, what? And he's like, I'm going to give you $30 million of this new PlayStation thing or whatever it is. And I'm going to give you first options on them so you can go to all the chains and sell them. You're the only one that has them, or this is some big number. And the guy's like, are you kidding? He's like, yes, I'm giving you all of these PlayStations and you're going to be the first one to get them because you did me a favor. And so the guy did it, and now he's got this big company, like 100 plus people in it, and on top of the world. So this is how it works. Like you don't get ahead by putting your self-interest first. You get ahead by helping other people. And he said, it's that point when that guy did that and when that happened that I realized, you need to give to receive, and how business works in the US compared to how it works in Iran. I'm not saying everyone like that in Iran. I don't want to make negative cultural statements, but he said, that's how I realized how it works. So now, just like the partners I was talking about, just like everyone I've been talking about, this is how we got ahead. And if you don't have that sort of relationship with powerful people, then work is slowing down and no one's telling you what to go, and you don't have any favors owed, then you need to leave. And if you're not getting more work than the other attorneys, if you are getting more work than the other attorneys in the firm, you may be safe. But if you're not, you need an exit strategy. So the final thing is to look for a new position. If it looks like there's a problem in your firm and the firm may not recover from, you should certainly most look for a position immediately. And you need to take all the actions that I told you about above, meaning apply to as many places as you can. Take a look at the thing I told you about. It's called BCG, Reverse Recruiting or something. I don't even know if I made it live yet, but I'm trying to use it to help people. Take a look at Law Crossing. Take a look at other job sites. I'm not here to just promote my own companies. Sign up for BCG and find other places. Use lists and different things to apply to firms. There's a bunch of lists on BCG of firms that you can apply to. I believe that that is a smart thing to do. You should apply to every possible firm you can, and just do that. I mean, that's what I recommend. You need to get out there and you need to apply to a lot of places, and you need to be all out. You're better off turning down an offer than not getting one. You're going to feel a lot better if you do that. You're better off moving your family than putting your family through the heartache of not having a job. Okay, so the most important thing you can do is look for a job immediately. It looks like you might lose your position. You need to look broadly and extensively, do an all-out search. And again, most people don't do this, or they wait. Don't be like the frog in the water when the water starts to boil. The worst mistake you can make is delaying the inevitable. And again, most attorneys convince themselves that they're safe and they don't want to see what is going on until it's too late. You can't do that. You need to take action. And again, no one cares. Like, that's the thing that like everyone like in the world like thinks about themselves, and that's fine. I mean, that's how it works. You sit around, you think about yourself, you worry about yourself and your ego, and this is the mindset that most people are in. It's very hard to get out of. That's the whole point of the Buddha and all these different religions. That's what they talk about, is getting out of the mindset. But everyone sits around and does that. But you need to realize that no one cares in the future if you're a slowdown of a recession or a slowdown in your firm. Your job, let me be very clear with you, your job as an attorney is to represent yourself. If you can't represent yourself in this sort of thing, how are you supposed to represent clients? You're a bad attorney. Okay, so let's just face it. If you can't represent yourself, you're not a good attorney. So a good attorney is going to find every argument, every possible method, every way to get their client out of trouble. A bad attorney or average attorney is just going to be like, I did this, I did that. That's how most people are. I was talking, I love studying medicine and all sort and the mind and all this stuff. I love studying it. And yesterday, I was able to interview. It was very fun. I was very honored that he talked to me. He's normally, I think he charges $3,500 an hour or something to his patients. He's considered one of the most famous psychiatrists and cutting-edge psychiatrists in the world. He's from Stanford, I think. But anyway, I talked to him, and it was very, very interesting. His observations about things. But he was, what was he talking about? Something very interesting. He was saying that most people in his profession, and the reason he's so famous is most people in this psychiatry profession will look at someone and just follow this path. They'll be like, okay, this person needs Prozac, or this person just has this issue and they need this. And very few people will take the time to understand, well, wait a minute, maybe this person should be tested. Maybe there's not just depression. Maybe there's something else going on. And what if they take this medicine, they've taken this one for a long time, it's actually changed the brain. So we need to look at other things and how that works. And then we need to stabilize them and then put them on these other things. And maybe the problem really isn't trauma or something. Maybe their problem is this or that, and maybe it's low blood sugar. We need to test their blood sugar, and we need to do all these different. This is how good attorneys think. So, and this is the reason the guy's famous, because everyone comes to him, and I'm not going to refer him because you don't want referrals, but everyone comes to him and gets these kind of insights, and he cures things. Well, this is what good attorneys do when they have problems, where their clients have problems. They look at every single angle. You need to look at every single angle. You don't want to sit there and just look at one angle and say, I need a recruiter, or I need to apply for jobs on Indeed, or I need to email big firms. No, you need to go all out and listen to everything I'm saying. You need to network. You need to apply to lots of jobs. You need to sign up for paid job sites like Lawcross. You need to look at reverse recruiting. You need to find coaches. You need to talk to lots of recruiters. You need to do all this sort of stuff. You don't, again, don't be a loser, man. Don't sit around and look at one aspect of it. I'm telling you this as someone that's been in the self-improvement industry, that studies achievement, that does everything they possibly can, that's written about this. Read my blog. I'm trying to help you. Read all the articles I've done on BCG. Why has this webinar gone on for 3 hours? It's because I know what the heck I'm talking about, or I'm doing my best. And this is what you should be doing for your candidates as well. You should be doing, I mean, the things that you do as well. You should be doing everything you possibly can to get ahead and to do things. So that's the thing. And again, the market will continue to pass judgment on your legal skills, regardless of legal recessions and slowdowns. And will other attorneys keep you around or take you with them or protect you during the quality of your legal skills or hard work and commitment, or will they not? Or will you put in the effort required to stay employed and improve your commitment? And again, a good attorney, again, this is very important. A good attorney should be able to claw their way out of any difficult situation and do the same thing to their client and understand the warning signs. When should their clients settle? When should they walk away from a deal? All this sort of stuff. And that's what you're hired to do. And that's what this is about. This is a test, and it's an opportunity for you to become awesome and a good attorney and to get out of this. So I'm going to take questions now. I'm going to take another quick break just for a couple of minutes. When I come back, I will take questions and as many questions as you want. I realize that this has been a very long webinar for people. I appreciate everyone sticking around. I hope this has helped. There'll also be a replay of this if you want, and hopefully it'll be helpful. But I will be back in just a couple minutes and take as many questions as you have. Thank you. All right, so let's go to questions. And for those of you that are still here, you guys are superstars. I don't know if I could sit through a 3.5 hour webinar. I don't. It's even with this type of information, which I think is very valuable. I think anybody that's able to stick with this is freaking awesome because you care about yourself, and I respect you for that. I really do. This is important for you to do what you need to do to protect your career. Okay, so the first one is, what steps should law students take to prepare for major economic slowdown with long compromise in legal studies? Is it worth continuing? Yes, it's worth continuing. So you need to understand is there's always jobs. I mean, it's just not the jobs that you want. It's not, you can't get a job in a big firm as easily. You can't do all sorts of things, but you can get a job with a smaller firm. You can get a job in, you can get a job in a practice area that's busy. So I talked to you about that are busy. You can get a job with, a law firm. And market. You can get a job with the government. There's clerkships and government jobs never go away. Clerkships and government jobs never go away. If they did the other one I would recommend is the clerkships and government jobs. You have there's just a ton of you can do. Now, my recommendation, if I was an attorney, I would, and I was interested in a non-transactional practice area, my recommendation would be to probably, this is what I would do. I would try to get a job in a clerkship, probably a state or federal, preferably a federal clerkship, because if you can't get a job, that's going to help you. So I would be very competitive about getting that. If I was a corporate transactional attorney, I believe that if I wanted to do that, I would probably try to get an MBA, or if I was a tax attorney, I would try to get an LLM. All those sorts of things, or ERISA or something along that. That's what I wanted to do. Those will help you in the long run, and they will help you till a recession goes away. So that's how I would handle that. I would recommend doing those. That's what I would recommend. Let me answer live. So here, oh, this is anonymous. Give me 1 second. Okay, what is the best way to move forward after being laid off from a law firm job during a recession? Okay, so this is a good question. I'm going to actually answer that. This person, I'm not going to give them their name because they're a candidate, but they've answered this. So this person says, I haven't received any notice from credentials. Credentials are really good. Why is that? Okay, so there's a lot of reasons people don't get interviews, and I'm going to go over them with you right now, and I appreciate you asking this question because I want to help you because you're one of our candidates. So the first thing is it depends on your practice area. So your practice area, if you don't know what your practice area is, but if you're in corporate or that's very, very slow. So practice area, resume, focused, I don't know. How does it look focused? You make sure your resume is focused. One practice area. If not, you should fix it. One practice area. Do you have moves? Are you looking at enough markets? Are you improving jobs? The jobs that we send do is that you're not interested or doing weird with the jobs. So are you improving jobs? Is the one. Are you willing to look at that don't have so one of the is that a lot of look at what we do is with our candidates is we have different steps. I think they're outlined on our sites that we follow to protect our candidates. So these steps are as follows. So the first thing we do is we ask where you've applied. You've applied. And you need to tell us. Once you tell us, we will send you openings at firms that are at level. They're the same level orders. We'll send you job orders, meaning firms that are actively seeking them. I don't know. I don't care about it. Please send us. Then we send you openings that may have just said this but not called this, but firms with openings. Send you. Then we'll send you recommended archive jobs, which are we'll send you firms that have hired people like you in the past, or any from us in the past. Firms that have hired people like you in the past. Then we'll send you firms that have had open in the past. But all of these things had open in the past. 20 years, no recruiter resource for technology company. Not some little recruiter sitting in their garage. Company and business. Okay, so this is how we do things. There's trust levels. So for that, we send you firms that have opened in the past. Then we firms that we are very that are awesome in their practice area. In your practice area. and have worked with us before. That's in base, you ever firm in the market, that's at your prestige level. Good. At or near your prestige level. And then if that doesn't work, which it always does by then we send, out into the market our team firms. Which essentially means finding every firm in Google and everything, new firms we may not know about. Well, I want you to understand you're seeing you're not getting an offer or interviews for BCG. World is going to do anywhere near this. First of all, no one's going to have the number because we work with over 25,000 law firms, meaning communication with those firms weekly. And the other thing is no one's going to, let me show you this here, sorry. Market prestige level. I just levels mean a lot. If you don't approve each week or each time we send you firms, if you don't approve, if we send you 5 firms, you only. We're assuming that you're just not actively job searching, and we're going to contacts and information to service other people that are likely to benefit from it. We'll block what's in a couple of weeks. As you approve job orders and do a better job with that, and then we start sending you, more. We start sending, and if you work with us and you commit, no way you want to go. I mean, I'm giving up happen, but pretty. Watch our that a bunch of them. Commit to our process. That's all you need to do. It's really not that difficult. Commit to our process, and it's up to you if you want to commit to it or not. I'm not here to force somebody to do anything. But this is how you interview. Everyone that commits to this gets lots of interviews. Just as you are, I'm sending you jobs, saying, "Hey, do this. Yeah, what's going on? It needs to happen. You need to, do everything you can to commit to our processes. If you do that and you commit, you will get more jobs than you will be fine. But you need to look at a lot of markets. You need to do a lot. Now, there's certain markets that we can't help you with. For example, if you're not admitted to California and you're at a firm, I mean, it's very difficult to get people in there. There's other markets that are not that easy, which is like Florida and some other ones if you're not admitted. But for the most part, we can help anyone. And again, I don't care if your credentials are good. Care for Harrison doesn't care. I'll tell you the different types of there are. I care if you're focused, if your credentials are good. So here's what you need to understand. So let me explain to you something about your credentials. So this is about your credentials. There's basically 5 types of attorneys. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 different prestige levels of attorneys. If you are committed to any practice level and practice area levels, if you're committed, and I call these prestige levels, but they're not really prestige levels, they're something else. These are prestige levels. So there's 5 different types of attorneys. 1, is an attorney it's a consumer-facing attorney that works with clients without a lot of money, which is one, which would be people doing things for $500 or, simple personal injury, things like that. Then there's consumer and business. So consumer, some business, which are people with a little bit of money, but not as much. They're sensitive. So you send this person a bill for $1,000 or $2,000, they're going to be like, $2,000, what? No. I'm just telling you, not a lot of money to spend, maybe a little bit more than that, but you send these people a bill for 10,000, same thing. For 7,500, let's put down. What? No. Okay, then you have kind of your mid-sized firm. You have mainly, mid-sized, smaller to mid-sized businesses, firms. These people get a bill for, 100,000, maybe 700,000. They're like, what? No. But anything less than that, they're probably okay. Then you have your kind of your AmLaw 100, 200 or bigger firms. They get a bill for maybe $1 million. And they're like, what now? So you send them a bill for less than that, they're okay. That's why these firms can pay such high salaries. These firms have typically, when you get here, these firms have general counsels. Clients. These firms have general counsel clients. And then these are your statins, your big firms, your super prestigious. Send them a bill for maybe $5 million, and they're like, no. Maybe let's say 3, I don't know, but you get the idea. 3 million. What? Maybe 5, actually. So when you're applying to jobs, and the only point of this is if you're applying to different prestige levels, if you're working at all the firm, if you're working at a firm that's a smaller to mid-sized firm with no general counsel or whatever, or actually, you know what, this would have a general counsel. It might even be 200,000. I'll make it a little more, but I just want to give you. And you're trying to apply to 5 firms, you're probably going to have a very difficult time getting a job, and maybe even 4 in a recession. If you're at a one-facing firm and you're applying to try to 2 or 3 firms, you're going to have a difficult time sometimes. So when we send you jobs at BCG, what we're doing is we're sending you jobs based on these prestige levels. And these prestige levels are something that you need to understand. Even going from a 4 to a 5 is extremely difficult. So all I'm saying to you right now is you need to be very careful when you're applying to firms, because you have to apply to firms that are at your prestige level. And this is what we do. So I don't care if your credentials are good. If you're working in an insurance defense firm, which should be a 2, and you want to work with me, I'm happy to do so. There's lots of insurance defense firms that want to hire people. And it doesn't matter how great your qualifications are. If you're a corporate attorney at an AmLaw 100, 200 law firm, and I'm sending you jobs, and you're not approving them all, and for whatever reason, and I'm not going to send you a lot more jobs, and you're not going to get a lot more interviews. If you're an AmLaw 100 and 200 law firm, and you're approving everything I've sent you, and you've given me a list of all the places you've applied, I'm not taking those lists and doing anything with them. I've got plenty of business. There's 750,000 candidates in the past 5 years that have applied to work with BCG and myself personally. That's more than half the attorneys in the United States. I do not need to play games with you and your resume. This is not like, you're not dealing with like a recruiter that's trying to manipulate you and play games. This is a completely different level. I mean, I just want to make sure you understand that you're not dealing with whatever. You're dealing with the very highest level of this business, like that's light years beyond anything out there. So I just want you, and again, I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because I've been doing nothing but this for 25 years and invested hundreds of millions of dollars into this business and what I do. And no one has done that. This is not a boutique recruiting firm. It's not even, we don't even need to use recruiters. This is how advanced it is. And I'm just not saying that to be arrogant. I'm saying that to tell you that you tell us the firms that you've applied to and you approve firms, and we will send you every frickin' job under the sun. We will go to bat for you. We'll send you firms that have hired people like you in the past from us, which is freaking awesome. You apply those and that we think are best. We run algorithms on this and use artificial intelligence and all sorts of things to identify those firms. If you make it to this stage, which is like stage 3 with us, the odds of you getting a job are probably infinitesimal. I mean, you'll have a very hard time not getting a job. No, you may not if your project's already dead and you're looking in the wrong market, but everyone gets a job. This is crazy. Like, there are so many resources that I bring to bear in our candidates. No one works harder. I mean, this is way beyond, you want to compete, you want to use someone that, I mean, this is your choice. You want to work with a recruiter that is working in a little recruiting firm and running around and taking calls on their cell phone, or do you want to work with a 200-person technology company that has been doing this for 25 years, where the frickin' founder of the company is balls to the wall on your case. So, and giving it every frickin' thing he's got. That's what we do. But I'm not going to just send you every frickin' job in our database. I need to protect the people that are following our system. What would you do? I'm protecting our jobs from the people that need jobs and are competitive. I'm protecting our contacts. I'm doing all that. That's what good people do. I mean, why would I be reckless enough to give our information to people that are doing the wrong things? You also need to make sure that you're watching and making your resume as good as it can be. It's not my responsibility to, and again, I would like to be able to do it, but I can't review I review your background and I do write-ups on you and I put them in your account, and but your resume you need to have a good resume, and you need to make sure your resume is focused. There's a lot of things to do on your resume, and you're going to get hired based on your resume and other things as well. So that's a little bit about that. I hope that was helpful. Okay, so here's another question. Let's see here. What is the best way to move forward after getting laid off? And I'm going to try to answer these questions the best I can. But what is the best way to move forward after being laid off from a law firm job due to recession? The best way is to do everything I said. And I think in the video, you network, and again, when I network, I mean, you call every person that you know and you send them messages and you try to make personal contact with them, every single person that you know, and you talk to them. You, in addition, you go through and you step up and you apply to every possible firm you can. You find mentors and other people to help you. You don't sit around and get slaughtered by the market and bury your head. You step up. This is a time to learn to be your own lawyer. And so you be your own lawyer. That's going to give you messages that are going to help you no matter what. That will help you. And that helping you means you're going to get lots and lots of you're going to be in a much better shape in the long run if you learn how to be your own lawyer. Your own lawyer wins every case. Your own lawyer should be the best person out there. They get things done. Who would you want representing you? Do you want someone representing you that's just able to say, "Oh, it's not good news"? Uh-oh. No, you need to have. If you don't want to use me, I don't care. But if you want to use yourself, you get the hell out there and you be your own lawyer and you kick some ass. And I'm sorry for swearing. I know I shouldn't do that. But you need to be your own lawyer. You need to be the best lawyer you've ever seen. Okay. Question. I think people are going to know the answer to this one. in a recession, is it beneficial to accept a legal job offer with a lower than market salary in order to secure employment? Uh, is it better to accept the offer or wait for a more lucrative option? No, it's better to accept the offer. You need to stay employed. You cannot stop working once you're an attorney. You absolutely want to accept the offer. And now, if you think you're going to get a better offer and you're confident, that's fine. But or if you haven't done much in your search and you're just kind of playing games and screwing around, then that's fine too. But you need to do everything you possibly can and get out there and accept. Yes, you need to accept the offer if you haven't done a good job search. And who cares about the salary? So let me explain something to you. I am so sick. Like I am. Oh, I'm sorry to be so crazy here, but market salary, blah blah blah. No, there's no. When you're a junior attorney, you're not. It's not about your salary. That's an employee mindset. You got to stop it. You got to stop this employee mindset. Your job is about your experience and getting exposed to this stuff. Do you know that people come to Hollywood and they work in studios for free? They do everything they can. They network. They throw themselves at people. I mean, they do everything they can. I was in the acting world for a while just because it was kind of fun to meet all these people. But people die to get a part in a little movie that, I mean, this is big stuff. You want to, it is beneficial to accept. You need your job as a junior or as an associate or whatever is, first of all, to stay employed, but secondly, it's just to get experience. Like, why do you care? I was reading an article this morning that I don't remember where it was, but I saw it. It was saying something like people that are born today, which is 2023. I mean, people that are born today could live to be 150 years old. Well, I've represented attorneys to get jobs in major firms before, like big firms that have been in their 80s. This was 10 years ago. So I can't even imagine. I've seen my first divorce, which I'm not proud about, but the attorney that represented me was in his 90s. And I drove by his office for 4 or 5 years after that. And it was kind of funny. I had him represent me because I didn't want anyone to fight. I just felt like that would save me money, and I was right. But anyway, it's because I knew if I hired someone else, they would fight. But the point is that you will be practicing. If you are 26 years old or 25 or 28 years old, and you're going to be practicing maybe for another 100 years or 50 years, I don't know, 60 years, 70 years, why do you care about your salary? Are you out of your mind? Your job is to just stay employed and work. Like, that's it. You don't need to worry about your freaking salary. Like, you need to get experience. That experience is going to be life-changing. It's going to keep you in the market. You can do things, whatever you want. You're fine. So I wouldn't worry about it. That's my first piece of advice. Don't worry about your salary. Worry about your experience. Your job is to get experience. It's not it takes, by the way, just so everyone understands, it takes about to become proficient, meaning I learned to fly a plane when I was younger. And when I got to about 25 hours of flying, which took a long time. You're talking about, 1 hour lessons or half hour, over, a couple months. The instructor said to me, "This is great. Like, you can get behind a plane now and fly it, and and you're okay, and land. But but before that, he's like, before today, I don't think it would ever have been possible." 25 hours to take off and land. I mean, maybe not to navigate and find airport, but even that. But the point is that's where I was at. Now with your position, which is trying to find a trying to learn how to become an attorney, you're talking about before you're proficient and before you know how to before I would trust you or anyone would trust you, and before you're able to spot the right issues and be an okay attorney, you need probably 4 to 5 years. Okay, so I'm just giving you the facts. Probably 5. So a corporate attorney really isn't competent for about 5 years. A litigation attorney, same thing. Now, once you get to that level, if someone gives you a case, you're okay enough to follow your way around. But that's what you need. You need to get experience. It's funny, I'm in this lawsuit right now. It doesn't matter. It's someone stole one of my trademarks. I have I shouldn't use the word stole, and I'm not going to say the name of it, but that someone's using one of my company names. And so I'm suing them. And I have an attorney that I like. The attorney was a litigator for years at Quinn Emanuel, and then at Latham, and then started there. I think they were at Latham and then at Quinn, and they became a partner and started their own practice, and been a commercial litigator for years. And I was like, hey, can you help me with this trademark case? Just, it's just litigation. They're like, no, I would never touch it. I'm not an expert on this issues and all this stuff. So like, that's talking about a freaking high level professional that probably bills, big firm, $1,200 an hour. Won't even look at it. Like, so that's how it works. Like you need to learn your practice area, and you need to learn whatever you're in. Don't worry about the freaking money. What the heck? No, like, you don't want to worry about money earlier in your career. The only thing you want to do is worry about, getting the best experience you can. And I can't emphasize that to you enough. This is what it's all about. If you're at a big firm and lose your job and you get a job in a small firm, look at it from the point, I'm getting experience in a small firm. This is really helpful. I know how they operate, and I'll go back to a big firm later. If you it's just, you learn. This is all learning experience. If something bad happens to you, you learn from it. It's just, that's how it is. You just fine. It's a learning experience. Could switching jobs in upcoming recession be a bad decision? Yes, of course it can. So I do not care. I am not recruiting right now, and I never am. I'm not recruiting attorneys to leave their firm. I don't care. Again, I want to be clear. I have 750,000 candidates. No one in the world has half of a country practically that submitted their resume to them. Now, so what does that mean? Half the country of a profession. So in a major U.S. country, so I am not telling you to switch firms. As a matter of fact, if you apply to work with me, the odds are about 2% that I will work with you. I mean, so no, I'm not trying to recruit you. What I'm telling you about switching jobs is if there are warning signs at your firm that things are bad, then you should move. But if they're not, hell no, stick where you're at. Get a mentor. Do whatever you need to hold on to your job. Make friends. Do the right thing. No, I'm not telling you to switch jobs. I'm telling you to do whatever you can to hold on to your job and to learn from mistakes and what you need to do. Other than that, that's the message. It's not to do anything but that. Okay. Okay, let me just say. Okay, the next question is, should those, let me just see here. Should those affected by a recession wait to try to get laid off or try to lateral immediately? Well, I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with having other things in the pipeline and having other options? So, this is kind of a funny example to give, but people do this in romantic relationships. So if the romantic relationship's not working out, there's certain people that need to be with someone all the time. So what do? They start going out and meeting people and seeing how they're received in the market and giving people the impression that they might be available. And sometimes they even will start up new relationships while they're with someone else. And this is boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. I mean, this is just what people do when one thing's not working out. They do that. It's because there's warning signs in their bad relationship. And so why wouldn't you? And not everyone does this, of course. Some people just put their foot down, like, I'm going to be treated badly and have this bad relationship, and I'm going to hold on at all cost, and that's fine too. But why would you? If I see nothing wrong if you're in a bad relationship with your employer, if something's wrong with your employer, to go out and test the waters and see if anything's available. It's not going to get back to your firm unless you're, one of the reasons people use recruiters is law firms do not want to disturb the confidentiality of the recruiter, because if they do, the recruiter will stop sending them people immediately. So your job is to really go out there and you want to protect your career, and you need to and it's not going to get back to your firm, especially if you're applying to in-house and things outside of there, or in firms in other cities. I mean, even if you apply to a firm in your own city where your attorneys are friends with attorneys there, they're still not going to say anything. It looks horrible. No one does that. I mean, it's a sign of bad trust. And so I would be applying to as many places as you possibly can. Okay, let me just see here. Okay, give me 1 second. This next question is, let me see here. How could a layoff, let me see here. How could a layoff due to a recession impact your resume record? So what happens when you're laid off is future employers will assume that you were laid off because there was something wrong with, and again, I've said this several times, your networking ability, your attitude, your work, hours. If you're not getting a job, not employed immediately, you're not a good attorney because you can't take care of yourself. I'm sorry to say that, but so would you want to hire someone as your attorney that with 25,000 law firms in the United States couldn't find themselves a job? Let me think about that. Is that a good attorney for you? Is someone who just sits there and doesn't do anything? So I'm an attorney. Like, I take your career seriously. So I want you to get a job. So if you come to me and I was representing you, I would send you to every 25,000 firms if I needed to get you a job, because that's what I do for my clients. My client is I'm their advocate. Client means under the care and protection of another, but you have to be your own client a lot of the times and represent yourself. So if you're not employed, this is what the law firm's going to assume. They're going to, why wouldn't they assume it? They would assume there's something wrong with your networking ability. They would assume there's something wrong with your attitude. There's something wrong with your work. You're not trying hard enough. You're not doing a good job representing yourself, and therefore you won't do a good job representing their clients. Sorry, but that's what it is. I don't care where you went to law school or are going to law school. I don't give a damn. It doesn't matter. Everybody from unaccredited to accredited to top of their class to the bottom of their class that represents themselves effectively and gets a job should be an attorney. If you can't get a job, you shouldn't be an attorney. I'm sorry, but this is just freaking. You need to step up and have the will and the cojones and the everything to do this. If you don't, what the heck? Would you represent you? I mean, if you were an attorney, would you want you representing you? In Los Angeles, there's, I don't know, 10,000 law firms. Maybe, maybe not quite that many, but a lot. Would you want them representing you? I mean, come on. There's hundreds of thousands of attorneys in California. You could know. I mean, it's just, no, that's not how it works. Like, people want representatives that are good, know what they're doing. Okay, these are some good questions. Sorry for my tough love approach. I'm just trying to help everyone because I see what happens when. Okay, is there? I gave notice to my firm because it was toxicology and part of it was doing drugs and drinking constantly. Of course they were. Do you know how stressful being an attorney is? Especially a partner when he has to pay you or she has to pay you, and then not only that, but get clients and get yelled at by courts and get yelled at by uh, uh, um, you know, clients and have to worry about paying staff. Of course, they were doing drugs and drinking. Most attorneys, a lot of them do. It's very stressful. It's not easy. A lot of them die because of the stress. They die when they're, I had one attorney rent an office for me that was in his early 40s and didn't pay his rent. No one had seen him for a couple of weeks, and I didn't know where he was, and his family didn't because he was working all the time, and he was a solo practitioner. And one day his family decided to go over to his house and they found him in the bathroom, smashed drink on the floor and a cigarette. I mean, he'd been dead for 2 weeks and he was the size of a frickin', dread. I mean, it's bloated up. So I'm just telling you, it's a very stressful job. I'm not saying it's not stressful. It's stressful because people's lives are under your control, and people are not nice to you. It's very hard. And so you need to respect, if your attorneys are having problems and drinking and stuff, it's because they can't cope. It's not because they're bad people. It's because this is a very hard job. And I personally, I exercise every day. I meditate. I have a whole health rituals and things that I follow. I go to sleep early and get up early. I mean, I do everything I possibly can to stay, because this is as stressful when you have people's lives under your control. So I don't care. Now, the toxic culture, not good. But drugs and drinking, fine, whatever. That's his problem, not yours. And you cannot be codependent. People's problems shouldn't depend. It should be you didn't cause it, can't control it. So you should tell yourself, bad people, bad firm, didn't cause it, cannot control it. I don't know, something cannot cause it, cannot control it, cannot cure it. Should be indifferent. That's it. Indifferent. I want to be indifferent. So it's not your problem. So don't worry about it. Just do your job. You don't need to care if people are drinking. You don't need to care if it's a toxic culture. It's none of your business. Just do your job. So you said you were worried. It was a bad leave. What neutral things can I say to an employer about this job and under one year position? So what neutral things can you say? You can say that I was worried about my license. There were things going on that was concerned about. That would probably not be good, but you could say that. You could say that the firm there wasn't enough work, and I was concerned. You could say, again, I'm not you. I don't know what to say. There's a lot of things you could say. You could say if this partner was arrested or had any legal problems. I don't know, but I would be very careful about how you address these issues, and just make sure that you approach it in a good way, and do whatever you can to get a new job. I will tell you, by the way, that most firms do not ask why you left. I mean, some of them will, a good percentage of them will, but most of them won't really be asking a lot of questions about why you left. They're going to be more concerned about whether or not you can make the money. And so, what I would recommend is, if you're, again, I've told you about these prestige levels, but if you were at a 3 firm or a 2 firm, you can move up, across, down, whatever. That's fine. Sometimes people, maybe you're in Washington, D.C., and you grew up in Maryland. Maybe you can say, I needed to move home. I need to be with my family. I'm looking for a job now. I don't know. Once someone had a health problem, there's all sorts of things. I'm not telling you to lie, but if these are the cases, then you can do things like that. Okay, that's another question. Is it acceptable? This is a good question. To have multiple resumes with different practices or focus? Hell yeah. So if you do mainly toxic torts, but you've also done insurance defense and you're applying for an insurance defense job, your resume should talk nothing about insurance defense. And then it should say toxic torts, like after, a little bit about toxic torts at the end. If you are doing corporate M&A and securities and you're applying for an M&A job, that's all M&A. You talk only about corporate M&A and then say you've done a little bit of securities too. Your resume doesn't need to lie, but you don't want to put a bunch of different things on there. If you've done 50% trademark and 20% patent prosecution and 30% IP litigation, you put your resume should talk nothing but trademark and say also have some experience in these other practice areas. This is what you do. You focus your resume on the right practice here. What would you do? So again, I'm going to give you an example. I give this example every week, but I'm going to give it again. And it's an important example. So what happens is all the time, imagine you were hiring someone to take care of your kids. Okay, just an example. You're hiring someone to take care of your kids, and the person submits you a resume, and the resume says, I have been a auto mechanic. I've also done lots of yard work, and I've also have a real interest in fixing broken televisions. And in addition to that, I've spent some time taking care of kids. Taking care of kids is something I really enjoy. And then the other resume you get is something from someone that says, hey, I am I'm just thinking here. I am a child care specialist. I majored in, there's literally a major of this, in domestic relations, or what is it? I don't know. It's family, how to raise a good family at Brigham Young University. They have a major like this. I'm also certified. I've also gotten certified in CPR, which good people in this thing do. And I was formerly the chief nanny for a billionaire in New York City or something. I mean, who are you going to hire? Come on. I mean, think about it. I mean, really, like, you think you should have multiple a resume that talks about a bunch of different things? If someone has an opening for a nanny, they want to hire a nanny. They don't want to hire people that have done 5 different things. So yes, it is acceptable to have multiple resumes. You're out of your mind if you don't. So sorry to be so direct, but you definitely, yes. Wow. I'm sorry. Okay, so this person is asked, and again, I'm not showing your names if your name is registered for the webinar. Be happy to relocate, but how do I handle the requirements of being licensed PO? I don't miss the answer to this question. I had to take a quick call. No, you didn't miss the answer. So the reason that what you do is there's a guide to reciprocity of different states on BCG Attorney Search. Read that guide to reciprocity, and you can get reciprocity in a lot of states. You can apply without telling the firms that. Or you can say, I'm in the process. Now, certain states, like California, are not going to look at you. They're going to prefer people, unless you have some awesome experience in your practice area, they're going to prefer hiring people that are from your practice, that are admitted, because there's too much of a risk. The pass rate is like 30% in California or something. There's no reason for them to hire you if you don't have the right experience, so or to bring you in. So I would not worry about that. I think, but but definitely review the firms that have. Let's see. But okay, let me see if there's any questions I haven't answered. Okay. Someone said, what about immigration law? So immigration law does very well. It's doing very well, and will continue to do well, I think, as long as immigration is active. Most of the immigration attorneys I know are doing well. Immigration law slowed down after COVID or during COVID because people weren't allowed in. Immigration attorneys experienced a lot of problems. Right now, immigration is doing just fine. Will continue to do well. Let me see. Okay, so these are a lot of good questions. Well, someone wants me to answer. This is kind of an interesting one. Can you comment on how law schools are about to flood the market with good applicants? Okay, so, and the drop in the LSAT requirement. Okay, so let me just explain a few things to you guys. So there are certain law schools that for years have admitted people for reasons that don't have anything to do with their LSATs, and I'm not saying that the LSAT again, I'm not that's not a good thing, but the LSAT is important, and again, I'm not harping. I'll tell you first. I'll tell you a couple of things. The first thing is being a lawyer is a skill that can be learned. And so if you are not smart, and I don't mean in terms of test taking, and you get into the right environment and you work hard and you learn the skills and people are willing to train you, it doesn't matter if you got the 30th percentile in the LSATs or the 70th or whatever, you can do well and you can compete with the big boys. The problem is that if you don't do well in the LSATs, it's an aptitude test. It shows your ability to spot issues and to make arguments and it's unfortunate, but it's what it is. I mean, and it means it's your aptitude for this profession. So I'm all for. I've written books about diversity and diversity of thought and diversity of racial diversity, and I'm in the law. I mean, it's people talk about it a lot. I'm the only person that's ever written a book about it. But it's what it is. So people talk about diversity a lot. But what I'd like to say to you is that if law schools are flooding people with bad LSAT scores, those people, it's a direct correlation between passing the bar and your LSAT. So those people will not pass the bar. That's going to, and maybe they'll eliminate the bar requirement. Wisconsin did, but I don't know if it's always been, if you went to law school in Wisconsin, but maybe they'll eliminate that. But those people are going to have a difficult time passing the bar. So I'll just tell you, I've seen people that never should have gone to Yale Law School, never should have gone to Stanford or Chicago and other places, and maybe not Chicago, but not even Stanford, I'm sorry. Harvard, Yale, a few other law schools, Michigan, it's not again, I'm not, and I'm not saying these people were, sometimes they might have, been written a book. I mean, it's not because they were a certain race, or, I mean, sometimes people are admitted for just weird reasons. Like they might have been an Olympic swimmer or something. I mean, and just have nationally and on television, but they did horribly on the LSATs. It's not about diversity I'm talking about. There's just different reasons that people are admitted. And so I'm not trying to say it's all about race, but it's not by any stretch of the imagination. But people are admitted to law schools that shouldn't be. And what happens to those people is they go to law school. They typically don't do very well. Their first year grades are bad, and then they take the bar and they don't pass, and they don't pass again, and then they get into law firms and they get blown away by smarter people that know what's going on. And I'm not trying to be rude here. It's just fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with. There's plenty of practice areas that don't require you to be super smart. Personal injury is about emotion. Like there's other ones, immigration, and there's different practice areas. You don't have to be smart to do them. I mean, you just have to have different types of skills. And so it's. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but people that are very smart will run circles around you when you get into to a law firm if you don't have the intellectual firepower. It's just how it works, and they'll run and it's not. You have to either go into a practice area or not, going to do that or not. But if the law schools are flooding the market with people that have bad LSAT scores, which they will be admitted because the law schools will do it for, they'll admit people that, you know, I mean, I have no idea what's coming down the pipeline, man. But yeah, they're going to flood the market with a lot of them. Those people will not pass the bar. They won't get good grades, and they're not going to be competitive applicants for the same firms. So I don't think, honestly, that you have a lot to worry about. And if you do well and you should be in a good school, then you're going to be fine. And people will also start putting their LSAT scores on their resume. And so if you are at law school, you'll start putting your LSAT scores on there if you got really well. And I used to tell people not to do that, but that may be an answer. I mean, most attorneys that are at good firms and are doing well will talk about their LSAT scores for whatever reason. I've seen that all the time. Every attorney I know that did well in the LSATs will always bring it up, just as so it's just something they do. So let me see here. Okay. Okay. I'm not saying you don't have to be smart to do immigration. I'm saying that if you're doing immigration, let me explain what I'm saying to you. Just give me 1 second, and then I have to, then I'm done. So no, it's not that you don't have to be smart to do immigration, but immigration is about being able to fill out paperwork. It's about being able to, a lot of times paralegals do a lot of it. It's about following rules and procedures, networking with State Department officials, being the top female in your graduating class is all great. Yes, those are all very important things. But if you want to do, if you want to litigate at the Supreme Court, or if you want to represent Tesla in an antitrust dispute, is that the same thing as doing an immigration petition for someone? It's not. I'm not saying that immigration doesn't mean you don't have to be smart. What I'm saying is it's a different animal. Okay, so some of the smartest attorneys I know are personal injury attorneys, but they're not using their smarts to argue cases. They're using their smarts to put up billboards. And I mean, I know a guy from Skadden that he runs a big firm. He bought the rights to an old personal injury firm called Jacoby and Myers in LA. There's billboards and stuff all over every freeway. He probably spends millions, if not tens of millions a month on these billboards and ads and television. His skill's getting the business. It's not, and then they file lawsuits if someone is injured and they settle them. I mean, it's just, this is how like smarts are, and personal injury is emotional. I know another guy from O'Melveny that's got went to Harvard, was the youngest graduate in Harvard Law School history, and is a personal injury attorney. One of my best friends is an immigration attorney, a freaking amazing lady. And she's got a $20 million plus immigration firm. She's done exceptionally well. She went to Southwestern Law School, could not get a job when she graduated, and had no other choice but started her own immigration firm, and now is bringing in over $20 million a year with her own firm. Knows celebrities and does all these, extraordinary ability petitions. She's one of my best friends. I'm not saying she's not smart. She is, but she's not smart in the way that I wouldn't trust her to argue an antitrust case, or I wouldn't trust her to work on a merger between Apple and Samsung. Hell no. It's a different kind of intelligence. Filling out immigration forms and understanding the law and stuff is different than it is being an antitrust attorney. I sure as hell wouldn't trust someone with my level of smarts to argue at the Supreme Court. I wouldn't trust myself to represent, Tesla in a merger with General Motors. No, I don't. I'm not smart enough. I'm sorry. I'm not saying, I'm just not there. So you shouldn't, think that is an insult. Not being smart enough means, in these practice areas, means they require a different set of skills. It's not that, it's a different set of skills. Yes, this immigration attorney that frankly, I think she's my best friend. Her skill is, and she's a former well-known professional model. It doesn't matter, but her skill is in interacting with people, meeting people in person, convincing them about things, and then having a lot of paralegals and other attorneys talk to our clients and fill out forms. It's not going up and arguing and writing complex motions or doing very detailed transactions. It doesn't mean you don't have to be smart to do immigration. This attorney is my favorite attorney in the world, my friend. She's an immigration attorney, very successful. So it's not that you don't have to be smart, it's just different types of smarts and different types of skills. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. The most successful attorneys that I know of, the richest attorneys, the ones that make hundreds of millions of dollars, often went to one of my first guys that I tracked down when I was in law school. I remember there was a guy named Phil Corboy. He was the biggest personal injury attorney in Chicago and in the nation. He did airline crashes and everything. And he graduated the bottom of his class from Loyola Law School. But when I was in law school, I admired him so much. I wrote a book about personal injury attorneys. And I went out and at my own expense, I went and met him. And he wasn't smart in the way that you think that what I'm talking about. He couldn't be a corporate attorney or probably even an immigration attorney because he couldn't even doesn't have attention span to fill out forms like you do. It's a different skill. But he was a very good personal injury attorney. So the point is that everyone is born with different skills. And it doesn't matter where you went to law school. If you are in immigration, that's right. Your languages and all this stuff is what helps you. It's not that you are... but it's not where you went to law school and if you're at the top of your class or not. It's the skills that you have. My best friend, I think, was probably at the bottom of her class. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Everyone has the skills that they have. And I'm just telling you, my whole point is you use the skills that you have, the best you have. It doesn't matter where you went to law school. It doesn't matter how well you did in law school. What matters is you compete with people that have your skills and you go to where you're good. Okay, so imagine, do you think Kanye West, who's my neighbor, by the way, it's very funny too, by the way, they put up a Happy Hanukkah banner on his house, which I don't really do Instagram, but I put it on my Instagram because I thought it was cute. I mean, but again, that's funny. But the point is that do you think Kanye West would be a good dentist? I mean, come on. Do you know that Kim Kardashian has been in law school taking these bar exams and stuff? Do you think she's going to be a good attorney, even though her dad was? I mean, come on. Or maybe she will, but in something, maybe she'd probably be a good personal injury attorney but come on. I mean, let's get serious here. Like, you have to put your skills into where they're valued and use them in the right way. And that means in the right practice area. It doesn't mean you're not smart because you can't be do you think I could be what did I take? I might have taken physics or something in college, but do you think I could be a patent attorney? Do I look like a patent? Do you think my mind works that way? It doesn't. I think patent attorneys are smart as hell, but they're not smart in the way I am. It doesn't mean that I'm not dumb because I'm not a patent attorney. It just means that I couldn't do it. So I'm just telling you have to go in the practice area that fits you. You have to go and work with the people that are going to, where your skills are going to be valued. And you have to work with the kind of people that are going to value your skills. I'm sorry to say it, but one of the things that kind of alarmed me is that during the recession or during the boom in corporate work in 1999 and I don't know, or maybe it's 1998 to mid 2000, all these big New York firms hired all these graduates and stuff that went to like Pace Law School and St. John's and stuff, and may not even have done that very well there. I don't know why they did it, but they just needed bodies. And the second the market slowed down, they let them all go, and they left their people that were there. Now, is it because of where they went to law school, or is it because? And it might have been. I mean, but I think personally that a lot of those people just didn't have the skills to keep up at the level that They needed to. Now, some of them probably did. But again, if I try to be a patent attorney, I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm sorry, I'm not. So it's not, if I try to go to work in the Supreme Court division of Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher and start doing that, do you think I'm going to get blown out of the frickin' water by the people there very quickly? It's not because I'm a bad person. It's not because I'm not smart. It's because it's a different set of skills than I have. Who cares? Do you think if I was a personal injury attorney, I'd be good? I think I'd be freaking awesome. Do you think if I was a commercial litigator, I would be good? Yes, I was great at it. But it's just, it depends on your practice area. It's just you use the skills that you have to do well. And that's all I'm saying. And anybody, it doesn't matter where you go to law school. It doesn't matter what your experience is. It doesn't matter anything. You can be successful, but you need to put yourself in the right environment and with the right people. And all this stuff about how you did in class and how you're top female in the law review, these are all good things, but what matters is putting yourself in the right environment and doing the right thing. So no, it doesn't, this is not about smarts. It's about using the skills you have. And again, there's social intelligence, there's scientific intelligence, there's a verbal intelligence, there's sales intelligence, which is personal injury. There's client getting intelligence. In big law firms, by the way, some of the, and I'm trying to be funny here, but a lot of times those attorneys are the ones that are going out and drinking and doing drugs and having fun and not the best attorneys, but they're called they're called what is it, binders? They're binders, grinders, and minders. And this is what every law firm is composed of. So binders are the people that they get business. That's it. They get business. They're awesome. So they get business. People like them. They drink. They do drugs, whatever drugs. They have fun. You know, whatever. I mean, they're not all like that. Some of them are just, you know, good socially, but whatever. They're social, and that's their job. And oftentimes, people that are doing work, a lot of work, will look at these people and think, "What the heck's going on with them? Like, why are they? You know, they're not like us. They don't, you know." But this is what they do, and they bring in business. Then you have grinders, the people that do the work. They need to be smart. They need to have, you know, they need to be hardworking, take instruction, whatever. And those are your service partners. They're your, you know, they're your, you know, instruction, whatever. Those are your grinders. And that's what associates are, grinders. That's all you are. You can't be anything. And then their minders are the people that watch everything. Those are your law firm bureaucrats, which are your, which often are the, you know, people that don't have a lot of business but are kind of tolerated and stick around, you know, whatever. But all law firms have minders. So this is how they're made up. So these skills are all different. And to become a very successful partner, by the way, and this is the final thing I'm going to say, because this has gone on a long time, and I think I've answered all the questions. But to be a partner, this is what you need to do. You need to be good at all this. You need to be able to watch associates and mind them, and the people working for you, and watch everything. You need to be able to work hard and follow the law firm protocol, and then you need to be able to get business. That's how it works. So just because I'm saying that you don't need to be, it's not need to be smart, is not true. It's something else. It's about using your skills and the right skill set. So thank you, everybody, for being here today. I very much appreciate it. I'm sorry this is a long webinar. We'll do something again exciting next week. And thanks for all the questions, and I'm sticking around here. Everyone that stuck around for this is a star. You're learning a lot, and it's going to change your career and life. Thank you.